all, at the end of the day, if we have businesses and we don't have customers or end users participating in this business, taking up our offers, taking up our services, and all the things that we provide, then I don't think anybody would be in business. So it's actually very important that that end user or the customer is cared for adequately. I believe that at this point too, a fintech provider is some sort of, I mean, when the banks saw fintech businesses coming up, I think there was a little bit of pushback, but now we see that there are a lot more collaborations happening. As fintech providers, I would like to use this opportunity to say that, or fintech service businesses, I'd like to use this opportunity to say that it's time that we delved into more collaborations. I believe that before now, it was pretty difficult to say that I was going to be able to communicate with a First Bank or a GT Bank and see how some sort of collaboration can happen. But now I believe that this is a time for more collaborations to happen with the end user in mind. The more the fintechs and the large formal financial institutions begin to collaborate, I believe that we begin to find better products that will better service these customers, especially in this period. The COVID situation is not one that can be toyed with lightly, with one of the reasons being that there's no vaccines right now, or at least anything substantial that we can say is some sort of protection against it. Lives are constantly at risk. We do not have an end in sight just yet. And so this is the time where we should be very innovative about the kind of services that we're providing for individuals. So I've spoken about launching new access to products such as microinsurance that will better help the end user to be able to at least commit to a better standard of living. This is also the time where I believe the fintech providers or the fintech service businesses can also find new experiences for distressed customers. One of the things I like to speak to is about the customers who already are distressed. I think there's a feedback kind of mechanism that can be leveraged upon. The end user, like I said, is the most important person in this picture. Everybody else literally depends on that market share, be it as it may. And so I believe that there are lots of people who are already disenfranchised. There are lots of distressed customers that we can actually reach out to help the situation as it is. So and I believe this can be done better with a collaborative effort between the fintech service businesses and the formal financial institutions. Some of those things are things that we as a business are already looking into, but there's only so much one can do. Now that no face-to-face access to services are available anymore, or if they are also available, they're in limited numbers. It's a big blow to the formal financial institutions. It's also a big blow to fintechs. Let me speak from a fintech experience. As a fintech, the truth is we've had the opportunity to be able to onboard lots of customers at one time, deliver financial literacy, perform in Nigeria. You have to do a bank verification registration. We do bank verification registrations for the unbanked and the underbanked in proper rural areas. But in these days, we typically would have had 50 people gather in one position on one location and then deliver that service to them. But that's not the case anymore. What this has meant is that we've had to increase costs of running the operations. We have to have more ambassadors or agents, as you would like to know it, being in the field at one time. So if we had one agent to 50 customers, we now probably will have, say, 3 or 4 agents to that same 50 customers, because you are looking at a situation where you don't want too many people gathered in one location. That has increased cost of operations for fintechs as I know it. And I know that it's a tough time for fintechs. It also makes it difficult to want to be able to deliver more than you typically would, because you don't want your bottom line eroded. But be that as it may, I believe that this is the time for us to all find innovative ways. And some of those innovative ways is to be able to reduce the contacts that we would have had otherwise with customers, and then maybe deliver some sort of video approach like what we just did, or push customers to the online side. But the thing is, if you look at the space, especially in the financial inclusion space where I speak from, the space would largely have a number of users as online customers and then as offline customers. It's it's a lot easier to educate your online customers to say, now that you have access to this, we can teach you, or we can deliver access to better services. We can help you navigate the platform a lot easier. We can improve your customer experience, and you are speaking to this customer because this customer has a smartphone. But you are speaking to a customer who is an offline customer. He has a feature phone. How do you approach that customer? So one of the things we've done at Social Lender is to deliver services via SMS and USSD. This is a way of helping the customers reach the platform a lot easier without having to have a smartphone. Don't forget, this person doesn't have a smartphone, he has only a feature phone. How best can you reach that customer? So these are the things I think that fintechs should begin to look into, how you can deliver services and products with more ease. With SMS and USSD, the user can just connect with the platform, and then all the user has to do is just interact with the platform, and then the service can be provided. So I like to also speak. I don't know if I'm going too fast. If I am, please slow me down.
We are still on it, but please prepare to wrap up
Yes.
so we can have our conversation. Thank you, Faith.
Okay. Yes, I'm just about to do that.
Okay,
So
then.
I think that, I'm bringing this to a close. I believe that the COVID situation is expected to increase poverty by well over 2 to 5%, nationally. And you find that that is a significant number of people who will be affected. So the onus lies on us to be able to see how we can find better ways of improving real per capita income for individuals, improving economic welfare for individuals. And we can do that by the services that we provide. We can do that by, reframing the customer experience to better approach access to services in a way that will make their lives better, to reach out to distressed individuals who otherwise have not had a very good experience so far. I don't think they should be left out of the equation, and also to deliver experiences that are no longer face to face. Look for innovative ways of approaching the community that we address, or the communities that we address, so that post-COVID, hopefully we are hoping that will be a term real soon. Post-COVID, people's lives are not necessarily, well, I wouldn't say necessarily too bad, but at least they would be able to come out of this experience to say, well, I've kind of survived, and one of the reasons I survived is because my fintech partner, or my financial institution, has been innovative about the ways they deliver their service, has cared about me, and I think that would even foster better customer relationship, post-COVID. And so thank you very much for listening. I do expect questions, and I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Faith. That was a very interesting conversation, and I am particularly happy that even in the fintech revolution, we are thinking about customer satisfaction. That is very key. And then the fact that we need to be thinking about new product development that would have a wider reach, especially for our people. And the good thing that you spoke about is the issue of collaboration. Now, the fintech, as you indicated, it's not actually a choice, but it's actually a necessity. And that is where we are heading towards to. Thank you so much for the wrap up and the highlights you gave us in your presentation. Now we are open for a good discussion. What I tell people is that the Nigeria-Ghana Summit is a hangout for knowledge. And therefore, we are open to hear your questions and your comments and suggestions regarding the presentations that we've had so far from Dr. Deban, Prof. Agawa, Yao Jenfi, and then Faith. So please, let's the conversation go. Let me see if I have some questions in the chat box. From Olusang George, please don't get worried or annoyed if I'm unable to get the name very right. Olusegun George. Going forward, will the financial service providers adjust their provisioning to adapt to pandemic effects like COVID? I mean, Mr. Jemfi, Prof, Dr. Deban, Faith, anyone can take this question for us. Let me read that again. His question is, going forward, will the financial service providers adjust their provisioning to adapt the pandemic effects like COVID? That's a question to all of us. Then the same Lusogu George said, responsible lending and the regulatory framework to govern this needs to be in place. How do we eliminate predatory lenders? So we can kickstart our conversation with these two thoughts from George. In no particular order.
Okay, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
Rorik, let me take the question on the adjustment of provisioning. But that depends on the central bank's rearrangement of some of these things. In Ghana, as I provided the facts on it, is that through the central bank, there has been rearrangement of some of these things. And the central bank has given some guidelines in terms of making provisions for certain loans. And that is what we think to be the way forward for most of these institutions. Yes, you can have your internal policies, all right, but if the central bank policies are not guiding these processes, it will be difficult because you have to account or comply with some certain regulatory levels. And that is what we should all bear in mind, that it cannot be done in isolation, but it should be done in tandem with what the central bank policies will say. Again, as an institution, if those are the options that you think will support the business, then that is where you also adjust. And then, but it depends largely on the extent of this COVID staying with us. If it continues for a longer period, or if we are not able to readjust and live in this new normal, so that we can work through that process, the space, then probably we will not be able to address such an issue now, but rather we'll have variations in terms of how financial institutions make their own provisions. But largely, the central bank should be our focus, as guidance that has been provided in Ghana, for instance, working for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are we getting another response from Prof. Agawa? Prof, are you around? Or Faith, you want to help?
I'm not sure Prof is there. So I think responsible lending is something like you said. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but like he said, responsible lending is something that we should be looking into.
Yeah.
As a fintech, I'm not a lender, but it's something I push to the lenders on our platform to say, responsible lending is something we should be looking into across Africa. I'll tell you for a fact that the first time I had a conversation with a potential investor in the United States, and he asked, okay, so how much interest rates are you looking at right now, and how much interest rates are your partners able to do? And I'm like, so we have anywhere between a 1% to 5% monthly. He just dropped the call. It's like that's crazy. It's not sustainable. It's not something that will not impoverish a customer in the long run. And I think these are the kind of situations that you're finding in Kenya, where lending and credit is no longer as sexy as it used to be. So responsible lending is something across Africa we need to start looking into. And I believe that the large financial institutions, begin to see that over time, the life of the customer is important. Over time, yes, today you might be making, significant income, But at the end of the day, you just see that it teeters off or it's just completely nil because that person is in so much debt and the person is unable to pay. So why don't we start to adopt principles, around responsible lending now so that, it's a sustainable structure over the long term.
If I may
Great.
jump in here briefly, Frederick, if you don't mind. So
I don't mind, Dr. Devon. Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
I think that what Faith said is really it's really good, but we also have to look at customer education. Now, at the end of the day, the customers are borrowing the money,
Absolutely.
and we have to really make sure that they understand the system in which they are going into. I think that's the issue. It's not that they don't understand how to borrow money, but sometimes it's difficult for people to understand this, like digital credit. How do I get it? What are the dangers? It's so easy to get. So that education is there, but we also have to get people to think about savings more than credit. I mean, it's debt. We like to say credit because we as the bankers, we look at it from our side as credit, but it's debt. Now, if you start using the word debt, you see that people start thinking a bit more. We should change the word from credit to debt.
To debt.
People know that what you are collecting is actually cost to you. It's not just a credit to you. It's a credit to the financial services, but it's not a credit to you. The debt.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Before we close this session, let me ask this question and thoughts. So far, what have been the impact of literacy levels, especially which is very dominant in across Africa, to uptake or utilization of digital credits, digital information, digital training, especially with the areas that we are moving into? What has been the impact, if I should ask, of literacy levels to this business and its future? Yeah, take it, Faith.
Okay, so literacy is something that is like a personal baby to me. And one of the reasons why, as a fintech, we decided that the first thing we will do every time we speak to a customer, especially the unbanked and the underbanked, was to deliver a literacy session to that customer. Because we saw that adoption of whatever policies or services or products that were being pushed at this customer, something was affecting it. And we found out that it was just literacy. It was just the fact that individuals didn't understand why they were doing what they were doing. They would say, oh, if I keep my money in the house, it's safer. Or if I take credit, maybe I can pay back tomorrow. Or they don't know that, okay, you can have 30 days to pay it back. So there's a gap. What I'm just simply trying to say is that there is a huge gap when it comes to literacy. And I think it's the first step, like Dr. Deban said, is the first step towards reaching the customer adequately. It's the education too is not just about educating the end users. I also believe that the formal financial institutions, banks, they should also have that education. If you interface with any of these users one-on-one, I mean, as a human being, you would feel the pain that individual has, because you don't have that gap, but you can see that individual has the gap there. That gap exists already. And how best to solve the problem, if not to deliver some sort of stopgap or some sort of education that will push that individual from a level 0 to maybe a level 2. And then over time, continually, that person is receiving that education, and then he becomes financially included, but he also becomes financially educated. So the gap is huge, in my own opinion. I'm speaking from a Nigerian perspective. I mean, we're also in South Africa, but in South Africa, it's a lot different. The ecosystem is slightly different. But from a Nigerian perspective, and we're really hoping to come to Ghana very soon, I believe that education gap is really wide, even with the online customers. So you find out even the online customers do not particularly understand that, okay, like he said, it's not credit, it's debt. And that's the honest truth, They don't understand that debt would affect your reputation. So we are coming from a social reputation point of view, where we've developed an alternative credit score. And it's with this alternative credit score that you can now access credit from a formal financial institution. So imagine that your loan is not performing, or your loan, you keep defaulting. That would affect your social reputations or your alternative credit score. And they don't seem to understand that this effect can be a long-term effect. It can affect your access to other things in the future.
Thank you very much. The conversation is getting a bit very more interested, but unfortunately my time is up and our time is up. We would want to get to the next session. I want to say thank you to our panelists for your time, the education, and the exposure. God bless us all. Let's have a very interesting day ahead of us. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think I can feel it right now. Thank you, Faith, for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Yamfi, and thank you, Professor Agawa. May I say, the next agenda will move straight into it. And that is, I think, sorry, let me just check. I think we have some messages in the chat box, but we can't respond to them now, but we'll look at them later. Dr. Ohio, please, we'll respond to your question at a later time. I just want to acknowledge it. The next agenda we have now is we're going to talk about the future of real-time payments. And I think this is quite essential. Abdulaziz Oguntoyibo, the CEO of Isusu Africa, is going to be the moderator of this session. So I'll hand over the platform to Abdulaziz. Abdulaziz, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And it's highly interesting to have distinguished panelists on this session. And basically, I think we'll be having the next session. And the next session is going to be around mobile financial services and how to navigate through the COVID-19 crisis. So we'll have our distinguished panelists, Mrs. Chioma Wanhiri. Are you there? Okay. Hold on, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, nice to have you around.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. So I also have here with us, going to be part of this session, Mr. Thompson Saki from Airtel Tigo. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Thompson. Oh, good. I also have someone from Faith, Miss Faith, I think so, yeah. Faith Pelia. Miss Faith Pelia, are you there?
Faith Pelia from Etego, Tanzania, she's on her way.
Okay. So let's just go ahead with the session. Once again, we'll be having this session to center on mobile financial services, navigating the post-COVID-19 customer experience. And I believe we have here, distinguished panelists to do justice to this topic. So it's interesting. I would just like to give a brief profile about the panelists, so we can have, we appreciate what we'll be getting from them in terms of the content. So basically, I would like to introduce firstly Mrs. Chioma Wanhiri, and I'll give a brief profile about her. She's currently the Senior Manager Mobile Financial Services in MTN, Nigeria, with over 18 years experience in digital payment services, spanning 3 industries: banking, fintech, and telecommunication. Our work experience includes digital payment services, financial inclusion, value chain digitization, electronic payments, and business development. customer segment management, and IT application support. Amongst the portfolio of services managed by her is the flagship of the Diamond Yellow. And I think every one of us knows before the defunct Diamond Bank. And the service targeted at the unbanked, underbanked, with a focus on driving financial inclusion. This service received local and international recognitions, including Best Innovative Mobile Financial Service for 2016 by Lafferty, South Africa. The Product of the Year 2016 by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and the Best Innovative Product Cashless Award by Mobile Money Africa. Wow. Some of our recent financial inclusion projects include working with the women banking, women world banking, to increase financial access amongst women in Nigeria, as well as participating in an EFINA project focused on increasing financial access in northern Nigeria. Chioma Hwari has a first degree in computer science from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and an MBA with distinction from the University of Hull, United Kingdom. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this to once again welcome this distinguished panelist. This is Chioma Hwari. Happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Standing on all existing protocols, I must say I'm very excited and happy to be here. I mean, this is a topic that is worth discussing. The pandemic took everyone by surprise, and I think I'll just take a minute to put up my presentation.
Okay, you can go ahead and share.
Okay. Okay, let me put it on slideshow.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, just a minute. Let me put it up on slideshow. Okay. All right, I may go ahead, right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so like I said initially, this is a topic I'm really passionate about. And I put together some slides, some outline to guide us through the conversation on how to navigate the post-COVID customer experience. So basically the outline, I'll be talking about an industry perspective, the way I see it, regardless of the challenges, the opportunities that were presented by the pandemic, how we navigated the customer experience, which is at the very heart of the service and the business, the impact across the different touch points, because then you can't really talk about the experience without looking at your journeys, the customer journeys across the various touch points, and then what our new normal is. So I'll go right into it. Yeah, so this would just be a summary of what I'll discuss in terms of the industry perspective. So that right there, pre-lockdown, business was normal, January, February, people could move around freely, trade was fine, jobs were on, schools were open. And sometime around March, I think March 25th to be exact, in Nigeria here, the partial lockdown commenced. And it actually went on, according to various phases. So initially it was meant to be 2 weeks, and then there were extensions, and we were seeing different impacts across businesses, jobs. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of businesses could not sustain their workers because they couldn't pay. And right in the middle of all of that, you started also seeing people tending to move more towards the digital options. However, I thought to look at NIBS to actually be able to give an industry perspective, because NIBS is a Nigeria Interbank Settlement System. And I wanted to just show like a synopsis of the impact of COVID on the transactions. So we have NIP. For the benefit of those who are not in Nigeria, I'll just briefly explain. It's simply the NIBS instant payment system. It's online, it's real time, it's about bank transfers, it's an account-based online real-time bank transfer system. So between banks, mobile financial services, MNOs rather, and microfinance banks also belong to the platform. They use it. So generally, if you look at the data that is shared on that slide, you can actually see that between January and March, we were fine. business was going on as usual. And I had mentioned earlier that towards the ending of March, the lockdown was implemented. And then if you look at April, you notice a dip in the month of April. And that came with a lot of uncertainty. You know, people weren't sure of what to do with their resources. Obviously, when you're not sure of the level of income that you're expecting, the one you have, you would want to be a bit careful around how you plan it. But what we now started seeing beyond April was a situation where, and I'll profile it, is actually different based on the segment. For those who were already banked and who were tech savvy, there was a tendency for them to continue with the digital means of use, whether it's their mobile app. People started resorting to services like USSD, yes, even for, particularly when you're looking at the unbanked and underserved, because we made that available. So people started doing more of digital, and then transactions started picking up. That's from an NIP point of view, transfers. Why I wanted to talk about transfers was because of the importance it bears to remittance. Because with COVID also, even though you may not see that in the quantitative data, from the qualitative insights that we're able to discover, being something that obviously affected the economy of a lot of people globally, and you have a lot of Nigerians that have outside the country who have dependents in Nigeria that they remit money to. So remittance, you know, remittance is a crucial part of the survival mode of a lot of people in Nigeria, particularly international remittance on the receiving side. So one of the things we sought to look at was, what do we do from a local remittance point of view? You know, and how do we pivot to ensure that we help to cushion the effect of some of these gaps? So also we wanted to look a bit at the mobile inter-scheme transactions, which is a subset of the NIP really, that looks at the mobile network, the mobile money operators, you know, in terms of interbank transactions. You can also see that in the month of April, there was a dip in the overall transaction flow in the industry, in the financial industry in Nigeria. So this presented a lot of uncertainty and challenges. And I think from an organizational point of view, it also presented certain opportunities, which I'll be speaking to in the next slide. Okay, now in terms of the opportunities presented, there were lots of initiatives by the federal government, NGOs, to sort of cushion the effects of the economic challenges that citizens were facing. So we had the federal government commence payment of cash transfers to vulnerable people. For me, this presented an opportunity for G2P, which is government to person payments. And I mean, the internet is replete with studies across the world of how government to person payments actually do help drive or deepen financial inclusion. So this was an opportunity. You also had a lot of NGOs beyond even the federal government. You had individuals, you had NGOs, you had corporates, a whole lot of people wanted to do cash transfers. But then there was a challenge also. Part of the challenge was that a lot of these vulnerable people were unbanked. You know, I didn't want to go into the whole statistics and profiling, but I think it's common knowledge that we have quite a lot of people financially excluded in Nigeria as is, which is why financial inclusion has always been a core focus of the central bank. So from my perspective, you know, regardless of the fact that the COVID pandemic presented a lot of challenges, also we had opportunities that were presented from such initiatives as I've displayed there. So some of the demands that we were getting as an organization was requests around, oh, I want to make bulk disbursements. How do I do it? I need to make bulk disbursements. Some of my beneficiaries are unbanked. How do I reach them? What do we do? How can we work with you? Because we are licensed by the central bank. We have the super agent license. So we have a subsidiary called Yellow Digital Financial Services that actually manages the agent network. You know, we have a super agent license. So a whole lot of people came to say, how can we work with you? How do we collaborate with you to ensure that these vulnerable people are reached? In terms of these cash transfer initiatives, a lot of them are unbanked. All they have are simple feature phones, not smartphones. Some of them don't have the basic valid KYC that is required. How do we work with you? So we had to look inwards and try to come up with some key imperatives to design our customer experience strategy. And really at the heart of it all, as you can see, is the customer. And fundamentally, it was about, given the current situation, beyond stress testing our business continuity plans, which we already had, it was really to focus on the customer and say, what are those things that are very important to the customer at the moment? And how do we align ourselves to address it? And how do we align ourselves to address it? So there were 5 key areas, I would say, that we thought to focus on, and I'll show the impact later. So some of them were, I'll speak to distribution. I had mentioned earlier that we have a super agent license working under the Yellow Digital Financial subsidiary of MTN. So one of the things that was critical was the distribution. How do we manage the agent network? Primarily, these are people who are in business, their own business to make money. With the lockdown or the partial lockdown, with the lockdown or the partial lockdown, what do we do about it, and how do we handle it? You know, so some of the things we thought to do were expand the agent network, you know, introduce, because when we speak customer, there's an intangible asset of trust that is the least that is expected to be delivered for mobile financial services. The customer needs to trust that if he goes to an agent to perform a transaction, the transaction will go through successfully, that the platform would be available, that the business would communicate as often or as frequently as required to make their experience much better. And then in terms of support, there was a need for the support team to be top of their game. You know, so from a distribution point of view, like I initially said, there were things that had to change. From an agent onboarding point of view, I mean, we had to digitalize the process. We had to make it possible to have minimal requirement for physical interaction with field agents because of the lockdown. And then communication, from a communication point of view, I think there was a lot of leaning in on data analytics. We had to lean in on data analytics a lot to identify what would be the best means to communicate to different people. Because we have different segments of customers, and it's not a one-cap-fits-all approach in terms of communication. So we had to come up with an array of communication channels, whether it's USSD or whether it's the agent, help desk, social media. There were different channels to communicate, but we knew that communication was critical. With the level of uncertainty we saw, people losing their jobs, people needing to send money, people needing to receive money, particularly local remittance, we knew that communication had to be tipped up. Now, in terms of customer support, so customer support being something that is really, really critical in terms of how to enhance the support to these customers, what are the new channels that we're going to introduce that the customers can actually use to reach us. And beyond all that, ensuring platform availability. So being that there were a lot of technology platforms involved, one of the key things was how do we align our teams to ensure that we have the platforms available. Whether it's the quarterly meetings we'll have with our agents that typically would be, you know, in different clusters and local governments, because we have agents spread in 774 local governments of the country. So typically to meet with them would be arranged physical meetings in different clusters according to their locations and districts. But here we are in the new age of the COVID pandemic, having to adopt the virtual sessions. And what was a bit surprising was how the agents were also able to latch onto it. So ensuring that communication between us and our agents was critical, and aligning ourselves to also deliver on that was important. Now I left pricing last because the pricing we knew was a critical aspect of it all. Because in the face of the pandemic, with people losing their jobs, people not being sure of where the next level of income was coming from, we felt we needed to do something to at least alleviate the challenges or economic stress on the people. And we actually launched a 1-month zero fee remittance campaign. So I would actually shed more light on it in the next slide. Yeah. So right there was a campaign we took above the line. This was our way of trying to support the people. We knew that local remittance was really very important. And we said to ourselves, if people are able to get money from their loved ones at zero cost, that would actually be something. And we launched it, I think, sometime right immediately we had the lockdown. And right there is a graph of what we can see. This is just a line. The transactions went right up. A lot of people were so happy because the good thing about the agent network is that right there in your neighborhood, there's a shop close to you who is enabled as a Momo agent, right? And you are able to actually go there. Because during the lockdown, a lot of traditional financial institutions and bank branches were not available. Some were available based on schedules. So some branches would be open, some branches would not be open. And people needed money. People needed to have cash transactions. People needed to send money. So the whole agent network, I would say, also served that segment. That segment of the unbanked, that segment of the underserved. Is not everyone that quickly switched into the digital once the lockdown appeared, as you can see from here. So another thing we also thought to do was to, beyond zero rating of the fees, was we understood from the data insights that we were receiving, we tried to study the data and understand where the remittance corridors were occurring the most. So that would mean, where are people sending money the most? How do we let more people in that area know that they can actually send money to their loved ones at no cost to them? You know, and given the fact that a rule of thumb in the agent banking businesses, once the agent has performed the transaction, the agent has to be remunerated. So we had to take on that cost and say to ourselves, you know, for this period, let's go on with this campaign. Let the people actually know that we care, and then we can actually take care of, you know, the bills of paying the agents and all, at least for a 1 month period. And I feel that was really well accepted from the checks and surveys we carried on during and post this campaign. I had also mentioned that one of the things we also had to do to ensure that we navigated that customer experience appropriately and effectively was to look at the different customer touch points and remap the journey. Obviously, if there's a lockdown and there's limited movement and there's limited number of shops out there open up or movement outside, the customer journey, the agent's journey will not be the same. So one of the things we thought to do was to, first of all, deep dive on the various touch points and look at it. What sort of initiatives would we put in place to ensure that we minimize the impact of the lockdown? So some initiatives, such as the one I showed in the previous slide, were put in place, whether it's from distribution, expanding it, ensuring that people receive communication frequently, transparency in what's going on. Because the way the lockdown went, some states, it wasn't all states that had full lockdown at the same time. So it was in phases. Some states came on first, and then there was a second phase, more states were added. So you find out that the communication required for the different communities were different, depending on what was happening in that community. So there was a lot of agility and reliance on data in terms of what exactly is happening, what are the remittance corridors that are active, what do we need to inform the customer about, what would be the best channel to inform the customer. So whereas before there would be heavy leveraging on maybe outdoor, now you had to rely more on maybe SMSs, notifications, USSD notifications on their phones, social media to capture the youth and those who are tech savvy. So some of those things have to be taken into consideration to remap the customer journey across the different touch points. And then this was our observation. Pre-lockdown for the Momo agent channel. So this is speaking to the transaction volume we see for each of those channels. So for the Momo agent channel, I would say that during the lockdown, immediately the lockdown took effect, it reduced mildly for the month of March, and then it picked up mid-April. It picked up once we launched that campaign, and because we went above the line with it, I mean, it was right open, it was out there in the news, it was in the press. Immediately we went live with that campaign, and people knew that if I go to a Momo agent, I'm sure that I can actually send money, and my beneficiary, wherever they are, regardless of whether they are banked or not banked, would actually receive the money. It was something that the customers really, really adopted. So post-lockdown, of course, transactions picked up. And then from a customer support point of view, this speaks to the volume of calls received. During lockdown, it was massive. It was much more than what we had pre-lockdown, and that was expected. Because, I mean, people were wanting to know, okay, what do we do next and all. But then we came up with an innovative means of ensuring that our customers are able to actually locate the nearest agent in their community. Because with the lockdown, then that was very critical. So we launched a USSD code that allows you, which basically means anyone can actually dial it, whether you have data or not, that allows you locate the active Momo agents that are closest to your community, where you can actually go and get served. So that was part of what we did to support the customers. And then from a digital point of view, because it's like I said, I like a segment-based approach because it's not a one-cap-fits-all approach. I know a lot of people, a lot of feedback that came through during lockdown was that of, a whole lot of people are actually going digital. But the question I ask is, what segment is that? If it's the banked people, then that's expected. If it's the people that are tech savvy, that's expected. But we have about 36, almost 40 million people who are formerly financially excluded. How do we cater to these people, during the pandemic, So for those of them who were more on the tech savvy banking side, yes, we did actually see a lot of adoption in terms of self-channels, digital channels. They were able to do things on their own. So I would say, yes, that picked up during the lockdown from what you can see on the presentation. Then in terms of the traditional channels, so that's speaking to like SMS, you can see during the lockdown that really went up because that became like the optimal means of communication, ensuring that customers are up to date on what's happening in their communities, and then I've mentioned about the USSD, so that also is captured there. And then the last one is the field agents. A lot of people have spoken to the challenge presented by financial literacy. If there's any segment that actually needs a lot of hand-holding, which is one of the reasons why, regardless of the number of BVNs you've recorded, the percentage of active BVNs is not where we really want it. In other words, there's still room for improvement. It's financial literacy. So for the segment of people we serve through our agent network, a lot of education is required. A lot of hand-holding is required. These are people that would come to an agent outlet because of trust, because they trust the agent, they trust the shop. This is where they buy their groceries, or this is where they already buy their medication. Okay, so this person is pitching to them that, you know what, you can actually send money here, or you can actually receive money, withdraw money, deposit money. The whole works in terms of the transactions that are available at a typical agent outlet. And then they're willing to listen. Why? Because of that intangible asset of trust, which is pretty much what drives mobile financial services. So during the pandemic, during the lockdown, as I would put it, we had to reduce the number of field agents, particularly in the states that were impacted. So as the phase moved on, we had to monitor the situation and ensure that the right level of help was available to handle that in the trade. And then the COVID safety guidelines, we also had to ensure that for agents who insisted on having their businesses open during that period, who for one reason or the other, their communities were not yet under full lockdown, who could actually be in business. What we actually did was to drive the communication around the COVID safety guidelines, whether it was ensuring that you wore your mask to serve or you washed your hands regularly, we did all that. A lot of education had to go in. And finally, what I would say is the new normal is here. it's unprecedented rather, but it's here. And what would that be? So for me, it wouldn't be a one single approach where everyone says, oh, we know what to expect. What we are going to expect is everyone is going to go digital. So yes, to some extent, but I prefer the segment-based approach. What segment really? So what this slide just seeks to do is to talk about the different expectations of what the new normal is to different segments of people. So for those of them who are banked, from a channel perspective, I would say yes, the expectation is that they will use more of the mobile, they will use more of the digital channels, but then for underbanked and underserved, what would that be? It should be a hybrid, because you would find out that there are people are at different stages of this digital journey. I've come to realize that everyone is not at the stage where they are willing to start doing things by themselves or to adopt digital fully. So our principle is we serve you wherever we find you, at whatever stage of that digital journey you are at. So whether you are an unbanked person and you're comfortable doing over-the-counter transactions, we serve you there. If you're the banked person, we also provide services for you. So that's what I mean by the segment-based approach. I prefer that approach to looking at it. And then in terms of customer support, the same thing for the banked people. We are seeing more adoption of the digital channels. We have our website is up. We have our chat to provide support as an additional channel of support. But for the traditional people, for the traditional unbanked and underserved, we still see the need for that hand-holding, explanations, customer education is required. So the field agents are pretty much relevant. And then I'm rounding up, I'm wrapping up. And then I'm going on to, in terms of the visits now required. So a lot of people, what I would say, looking at the bank segment, a lot of us, during the lockdown, I mean, we're already used to, a lot of people have, whether it's their mobile app or even the USSD, because it's become quite popular. Originally, it had always been in terms of digital adoption for financial services. The mobile app had always been king, but all of a sudden the USSD is really catching on. It's become like a byword in the country where people are understanding that I actually don't need to have access to internet to transact using my phone. With USSD, I'm able to send money, whether it's buy airtime or pay my bill from my phone. So that level of innovation has also helped to drive a good customer experience during this pandemic, in my view. For this unbanked segment, I see the agent channel as the primary channel, not just because it's right there in their neighborhood, it fits into the picture of the element of trust, who they trust, and they're able to have someone they can relate to in terms of challenges they face while trying to get used to it. And then the last really is in terms of communication channel. For the bank, you would see more of it around social media, digital as their preferred means of communication. But for the unbanked, social media would play a role, because a lot of them, those who we categorize as the mass market, a lot of them now own feature phones. And with those feature phones, they're able to do their USSD transactions. So yes, a hybrid still. Some of them would use their phones and their USSD to do transactions when they are thought, but everyone is not yet at the same stage in that digital journey. There are still some people that will insist on being served at an agent outlet. Hence the whole idea of having an array of channels, making it bespoke to the segment that is being addressed. So one of the things that we actually also thought to do because of the pandemic and the incessant demands that were coming through for bulk disbursements was the collaboration with a lot of companies to launch the bulk disbursement service, which you can see right there on the right. One of the things working for us with that bulk disbursement is that we are able to cover the last mile. So we've partnered with different organizations and banks in particularly to cover the last mile, where there are people who want to send, whether it's cash transfers as palliatives to their communities, to vulnerable people. and they're saying some of these people are not banked. How do we reach them? We are actually able to reach them. We have a solution in place to reach them, which is somehow partially digital, which is just simply the generation of tokens. So at the agent outlet, at the Momo agent outlet, the Momo agents are able to generate tokens that these beneficiaries who might not be banked can receive on their phones and go to the nearest Momo agent outlet and cash it out. It's real time, it's fast, it's simple. So we saw a lot of demand for that during this pandemic. So I think a segment-based approach would be a better way to navigate the customer experience during this pandemic. That would really be it from my side for now. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Over to you, moderator.
Mr. Moderator. Well, I think Mr. Moderator is somewhere not available right now, but in the absence
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, you are in. Okay, over to you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for the wonderful session, and I believe it has been, really insightful. Before I don't know, we have some questions for you here, so which I believe you can actually take. But I would also want us to, because of time, so that we can have the other panelists also showcase his presentation. So I would want to invite Mr. Thompson. Are you there? Saki.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so please be getting prepared while I just do the brief introduction. So distinguished guest, panelist, this is just to give you a brief profile about Mr. Thompson Saki. And it's interesting because Mr. Choma has really done a very wonderful presentation, giving us the workflow of how MTN in Nigeria is, enhancing financial inclusion with the initiatives of the Momo and the likes. And we've really gained a lot from the, from the presentation. So we're also, bringing in Mr. Thompson, from Airtel Tigo. Airtel Tigo happens to be a competitor to, MTN, and he's going to make a presentation of what they are doing in Ghana, and he's going to give us, we will appreciate, that insight is also going to give us. So just to give you an overview, is a brief overview of the profile of Mr. Thompson. He's an experienced digital financial services professional with a demonstrated history of working in the telecommunications and mobile financial services for over 7 years. And he's skilled in analytical skills, risk and fraud management, sales and distribution in mobile financial services, having worked with Tigo Cash, Ghana, Millicom, and Airtel Ghana. An expert in mobile money operations and sales, being the head of operations and subsequently head of sales for Airtel Tigo Money, and currently the director of Airtel Tigo Money in Ghana. So permit me to once again introduce Mr. Thompson Saki of Airtel Tigo Money in Ghana. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House. I think all protocols observed. I would like to express my gratitude for this opportunity to present the overview when we talk about the impact of more money post-COVID on customers. I would want to commend Chuma, if I got the name right, for her extensive coverage on what is being done in Nigeria in regards to more money. Well, I would say that what she said, basically what she presented, is not far from what we have here in Ghana, what we're doing here in Ghana, but just slightly different. So I would use the next few minutes I have to present to the Honorable House what we've done here in Ghana as an industry, not talking about only Airtel Tigo Money and such, but as an industry collectively, what we've done to impact the mobile money space for customers' benefit post-COVID and we will see how that would play in the near future when it comes to more money, when it comes to fintech or financial inclusion. Unfortunately, I basically have my pointers listed here, so we wouldn't be doing a lot of presentation here. I will just speak to them. So I would advise that you pay much attention to whatever I'm going to say here. So the first bit of it is that more money in Ghana has seen a growth or a spike in the last few years. Currently, the active users we have in Ghana are ranging around 12 million over a population of 30 million plus. We have almost 12 million currently as of 2019 being active users. But when you talk about registered users, this is in the range of 29 million plus. So you can see the rapid development. This is something that started from 500,000 and 1 million base. Now looking at the spike of more money users, you can see that adoption in more money in Ghana has taken a real turn for the better in terms of it increasing in transactions and then the spread across. Now, when the COVID came, before COVID, more money was known to everybody and it was known for the unbanked. Now, the banks were trying to come into that domain in Ghana here, but it was still.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it was still known for the unbanked. So you have your ordinary market woman, your guy who is the mechanic at the shop, your artists, those who are there's masons, contractors. You see them using the services more. That was before the COVID era. Now, during the pandemic or when the pandemic hit, there was this whole conversation of less cash and more digital. As you shouldn't, the transfer of the virus can go through the possession of cash. So there was an entire campaign of not holding cash. This became a blessing for the mobile money operators in Ghana because that means that the only way we can transfer money or move funds around was going to be digital. So we automatically had, for lack of better words, I would say we had a push from the COVID pandemic coming in that we shouldn't handle cash. So then the regulator engaged all the operators that, look, if we are saying that we shouldn't hold cash and we should use the mobile money services, then we need to do something for these customers. And I saw it in Chiume's presentation that it was also done in Nigeria. What we did in Ghana, and it was backed by or led by the regulator, was to waive off fees for transactions during the COVID period. So immediately the lockdown came in, 5 days after the lockdown, yes, exactly 5 days after the lockdown, all mobile money transactions below a particular limit was free across, regardless of the network that you are on. So it wasn't one network that did it. It was across the industry that all mobile money transactions below a certain amount should be free. And this took a toll on us once again, even though the impact when you're talking about the operator's point of view will be significant because now you are waiving off fees, so the cost incurred will be that significant. The impact on the subscriber numbers was overwhelming, where we had our subscriber numbers growing, and this is from an industry perspective. We had subscribers coming in, new subscribers coming in, wanting to try the service because now it is free. And secondly, or primarily, we are saying that we shouldn't handle cash, and it should be more of digital transfers across. And this was led primarily, I want to repeat this fact, it was led by the regulator. So in Ghana, what we have is that we have a very good relationship with our regulator, where our regulator sees us and it comes to, we all come to a round table and discuss how we can make the industry a better one. So I would just want, because we have other countries on this call, I would just in this summit, I would just want to highlight that when it comes to Ghana, our regulator is our best friend, let me put it that way. We work hand in hand with them, so they are able to assist us to make good impact or good meaning in the mobile money or mobile financial services. So when the government came in and they tried to sort of waive off the fees, one of the challenges and the barriers that we had, and Chiume also highlighted, and I think it's an industry challenge, was the KYC. Or wallet limits. You know, every KYC and the wallet limit that is given to that KYC So this was a challenge before COVID and during COVID, since we are now moving into an era of digital, transfers, moving funds digitally. We need to look at the KYC bit, which was a barrier. So what the regulator did was to tell us that, look, the initial KYC that we have that we are using using for our wallet limits, we should sort of tone down on that KYC. Meaning that now when you register on your GSM network, the KYC that you used to register on that GSM network will suffice for the mobile money side. This was not the case before COVID. But moving forward, because the regulator wanted to build that ecosystem where everybody was getting into the mobile money space, he said, no, now we can waive off that barrier of KYC, which when it comes to mobile money side is different from the GSM side. So now all GSM KYCs can be used for mobile money. This was a breakthrough once again, because that was the challenge that I said earlier on that we had on the KYC side. Apart from that, they went ahead to increase the wallet limit of the various KYCs. So for example, if the wallet limit for, let's say, a medium KYC back in Ghana is 2,000 Ghana cedis. So moving forward, they are saying that they're increasing it to 5,000 Ghana cedis. So we had all these placed on the respective tiers, and this was done all to complement or to support the whole digital agenda, or the whole less cash, more e-money transfers agenda. This was what the regulator sat with us. We all sat in the room and we discussed it and we implemented this. All this thing went concurrently. Everything was done at the same time. We didn't do the free the price waiver before we did the KYC, before we did the wallet limit. No. All these three things that I highlighted were done at the same time, at the same point. So that was done exactly 5 days after lockdown. We went into this mode. I heard Chuma saying that in Nigeria, the DS was for a month, and I think that was for only MT and more money. But ours, as an industry, ours lasted for 3 months. 3 good months we were doing this, and this whole benefits that the regulator came with and led us to also engage customers with. We did this for 3 months. So you can just imagine how it made it easier for customers, or how customers were able to relate with us in terms of moving into the mobile money space. So now we said the mobile money are for the unbanked. Yes, it's true. But with all these interventions coming in, you realize that even those who are banked, the elite people who sit in their offices and whatnot, started moving into the mobile money space, transferring their funds from their bank to their mobile money wallet to perform transactions because of all these interventions that we had brought in. That being said, we went to the period of lockdown, as I said, where there was limited mobility and all that stuff, so people couldn't move around. So what happened was that now most transactions were being done via delivery service and whatnot, and payments were being done also via e-commerce services, and also through mobile money. So you purchase something, the guy says that, hey, I can't come to your house because of the lockdown. I'll send a delivery guy who these guys had the road to move around, and you pay them via mobile money. So this also increased our transaction count, our transaction value within the period of lockdown. And even the 3 months that we had this after the lockdown ended somewhere, I think April ended there, about entering May. After the lockdown, these interventions that the regulator and the mobile money players had were still running. It ran for like an extra a month or so. Yeah, 1.5 months before we went back to the normal, but they were still running. So it's not like we did it for just the lockdown. We did it and extended it. So customers had that benefit of transacting more. So we were seeing high value transactions happen on the mobile money platforms. We are seeing counts of new subscribers coming in or coming on board, doing a lot of transactions. Now, one of the transactions that picked up on the mobile money side in Ghana here post-COVID was interoperability. Basically, interoperability is sending money across the network. So I'm on Airtel Tigo Money, I can send money to somebody on MTN or send money to somebody on Vodafone Cash. This system existed before the COVID. However, it had its ups and downs because customers were not that used to it yet. But during this particular COVID era, interoperability took spike, or it took a different turn where it began to grow and customers understood that I don't need to cash out the money because the person I'm going to give them the funds to is on a different network, but I can actually send it to that person without even holding the physical cash still. Interoperability sets in, and the regulators of interoperability, or those who basically run interoperability, we call them GIFs, the Ghana Payment Settlement Team, also went during that same period, also did more commercials on radio in the print art, talking more about interoperability, what it is in our local dialect. Almost all our local dialects, we are doing this marketing or this campaign on interoperability. So customers got used to interoperability, which they didn't know, and they saw the convenience and how easy it was for them to send money across without basically cashing out the money. And this campaign went a long way to benefit us. And currently, as we speak, it's one of the lines that in the mobile money, as a mobile money operator, one of the fast-growing lines that we have. So now it's in the ecosystem of mobile money, cash out or withdrawal of funds is basically going down, and you see interoperability picking speed, where now customers are just moving the money around. I don't care what network you are. So perhaps you said that your mobile money, I can easily pay you, or I can easily get your services, yeah, or get the product that I want. This was done. Now the other thing, the last but one thing I want to touch on is on the what we call education, because all our panelists who have been here have spoken about education and how we get our customers to understand the industry that we are in. This in Ghana is still taking its turn. We are not there yet, because we still have customers who actually still think that mobile money in quotes is just a scam. And then why should I keep my money on my phone? If the phone gets lost, what happens to the fund? The education gap in Ghana here is still large, but as compared to like 5 years ago, I would say that we've moved forward. We've actually advanced, and where we are now, it will be safe to say that we are on a good trajectory of making it or ending or pushing the country to a digital agenda. Fortunately, the government in power currently in Ghana here has a clear objective of pushing the digital agenda, and this includes mobile money. This includes digital mobile financial services. So it's a collective effort that is coming from the country that we are looking at currently. Now, the last bit I want to touch on is the agent network. Through this entire pandemic or whatnot, pandemic, we realized that the agents were left out, and because it was free for customers and whatnot, and the agents also during the lockdown period were home. As an industry, we had to engage the regulator and government that during this period of lockdown, they should allow the agents to go out, because we are promoting a digital agenda. So the agents were sent out that they can now go out and work. This was very, very important for us, because they at first, during the lockdown period, we said clearly that nobody should go out. Everybody should stay home, regardless of whatever work that you are doing. And they placed some people on certain protocol that they can go out and work. So we have to push as an industry for our agents to also go out and work through the help of the regulator and then the chamber, the telecom chambers in Ghana here, for agents to also go and work. This also helped the digital agenda in Ghana here, so that in the sense that now when a customer goes out, he was able to meet an agent to perform a transaction, do a cash-in, or basically do a withdrawal for that agent to serve them. And this helped the agent. So our agent network also saw a spike within that same period of April coming to July. We saw a spike in our agent network. This helped us a lot, because now we are pushing the digital agenda. So demand was meeting the supply. The agents were being the supply, and the demand was the subscribers. So now subscribers are, if as the transaction volumes and then values are growing, that means that they have to see the point or go to the point where they can get the funds into the wallet. This is the supply side. This was the agent side, and it helped the agents to also gain their commissions and also see how lucrative in this COVID period where people were losing their businesses, they were actually enjoying much from us. So in a nutshell, this is basically the overview of how we've been able to assist or push customers to enjoy the services of mobile money post-COVID, and even like say, as we are still in the second wave or whatever it is, in the COVID era. Thank you.
very much. Thank you very much. That was a very insightful presentation. And thank you very much for all the participants that are also waiting here. And we just want to take in some questions quickly so that some of the questions that has been raised. We have some questions that are for Mrs. Chioma, and I think you could also take some. So let me just pick one of them here. We have a question from Mr. Moses Onitilo, that's for Ms. Chioma from MTN. So what's the percentage of banked versus unbanked or underbanked in your network as MTN and in Nigeria in general? Are you pushing financial literacy products towards the unbanked and underbanked in the grassroots via agency network? Hope that's clear.
Okay, yes. Okay, so my approach to that would be to say that I think one of the good ways of looking at the indices is not generally from our network, but from a country perspective. So for me, if I were to substantiate on a figure for the bank's people, I would rather use the BVN as against number of accounts, because then we know people have multiple accounts, that most of us here would have more than one account. I think as at 11th of October, the number of BVN registrations, which is the unique bank verification number, is about 43.8 million. So that gives you a sense of the number of individuals, because that's meant to be unique, as against the multi-banked option. So that gives you a sense of the number of people we have that are banked. For EFINA, I would refer you to a study that EFINA has done. I think the last study published was for 2018, and it's on the internet. According to that study and the findings from that study, I think the those that are financially excluded, who typically would be categorized as unbanked, would be about 36 point something million. So that gives you a fair sense, not taking into consideration those that are informally included. So I hope that answers the question of what is the percentage or the number of people you would say that are banked and unbanked. And then in terms of financial literacy, I've mentioned it, that is something that is dear to us, which is why the question is, do you drive financial literacy to the unbanked on your network? And the answer is yes, we do, which is why when I was speaking to the different channels, I said, which is also why I believe so much in a segment-based approach. So it's channel specific, depending on the segment you're looking at. But these people that we call unbanked people, a lot of them require hand-holding, hence the need for the field agents. What are those guys actually doing? Is majorly financial literacy, engaging them, ensuring they understand the product that they're signing up for. How do they use it once they've left? You would be amazed how many times you would need to really explain it for them to understand it. I think there's a lot of impatience and expectation on this segment. A lot of people feel like once I've pitched it to them, what you see out there in the trade is people just market it to them, get them to open accounts, and they move on. It's beyond that. And then what happens? They dump the accounts. The number of dormant accounts are increasing by the day, and then everyone is trying to work on, how do we get these accounts active? A lot of that would be reduced if that financial literacy were in place. And I've mentioned that, yes, it's something that we drive on our network. So that would be my response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's another question in the line waiting. Let me see if I can get it out. I think most of the questions, there's one that says, how does Momo business fit into the PSB? Okay, I think there's another one. I think Thompson and Chairman will have to handle this together. What's the goal here in terms of social impact for the speakers beyond just technology? Anyone can build technology, but technology without enablement or empowerment or education is useless in face of social issue. Are your solutions addressing the poverty angle? These people have to pay school fees and have access to healthcare, pensions, and basic needs. I think There's another one. I just want to run through it so that we can actually run everything out and finish the discussion. Our clients, both financially included and excluded, forced to use the digital financial platforms due to pandemic, and is it likely that these clients will stick to this mode of transaction even after the pandemic when life gets back to normal? I think those are the questions we have for now, and we can. Then there's another one. Since we're in the digital era, what digital initiatives are you adopting to increase financial literacy for subscribers beyond what your agents are doing? So this, like I said, this is co-optation. It's not an MTN, Airtigo, or Glo, or any network issue, but how do we cooperate to enlarge the services in the ecosystem? So I give the floor to both Chairman and Thompson on this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go on the question that speaks to how does the business, the Momo agent business, what's the connection between that and PSB? So first of all, it's a licensing issue. Now, when you're licensed as a super agent, there are certain things by regulation you are allowed to do. So right now, what we are licensed to do is as a super agent, right? So the basic difference is the agent network that we're growing is a channel. Today, if you're an agent, if you're a super agent, you can't, for example, issue account numbers. As a PSB, yes, you can, issue account numbers to your customers, so that's different. However, both parties, both regulatory licenses still allows you to have agents. So regardless of what license you have, the role of the agent is still relevant, because then you find out there are certain customers that channel would serve. So I think the general principle is to have an array of channels. I'd mentioned earlier that different customers are at different stages of this digital journey. An array of channels affords the customers an opportunity to choose what is comfortable for them. So I think that would be my response to the question that says, how do you relate the Momo agent and PSB? And by the way, we don't have PSB. So I'm just speaking from an understanding of the implication of those licenses.
Thank you so much, Yama. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, so I would basically pick the question of how we are basically, as a mobile money industry, enhancing or helping poverty or livelihood for, say, customers, not just the technology itself. So we have the technology, and how is it benefiting us? So what I would say, I'll pick it from the agent network point or standpoint. Our agents are basically employed and are paid commissions, and these commissions serve as salaries, for lack of better words, for them to take care of their families. When you come to Ghana, for example, one of the growing businesses is the agent network, or we call it agency or the agent. Because in Ghana we have some call them merchants, or some also call them agents. But when you talk about them and the high value of transactions and the count of transactions that are happening currently, these guys are being incentivized almost every time. And even at Ecotigo, recently we just even launched a campaign to even double their commissions for them per performance, just to make sure that they are okay. That is on their side. So we are basically employing them. The mobile money industry is serves as an employment agency or avenue for these agents when they come in, or these customers or these citizens when they come in. They get this employment and they are paid at the end of the month per the service that they render in them. That is one side of the adding value to them. The other side is the entrepreneurship. So currently we have people who have got services, or companies are providing services that can't basically have a website that will accept payments via the traditional banking system of, let's say, Visa cards and MasterCard and whatnot. So these guys use their mobile money side as a form of getting their payment or for their services or the product that they are selling. So the partnership of entrepreneurs and the mobile money industry is helping livelihood for these guys, because now they don't have to go through the whole traditional way or the whole corporate way of getting a website and whatnot and trying to get a payment system set up in there. It is purely you have a business, you want to run a business, you want to see how you accept funds or how you get funds, just get a mobile money account and you'll be able to accept these funds. As simple as that. So we're also helping or enhancing that bit for them. Whilst I'm here, let me just touch on the last question that you read out in terms of the education or how we are trying, apart from using the agent, how we are trying to reach customers out there in terms of more money to let them know. Currently in Ghana here, there's an ongoing project that we are working with SIA. It is a World Bank group to engage market women. So my initial comment that I passed when I started my delivery was to say that the mobile money is for the unbanked, and one of the people segment that I mentioned was the market women. So we are trying to engage these market women because we know that they constitute more of getting cash because of their businesses, for them to understand and realize that an average market woman has got a household that she takes care of. So if you're able to influence or educate this particular market woman, you can just do the extrapolation and know the number of people that will receive that awareness on mobile money. So that is one approach that we are using here. We are not just using the agent approach. We are also going a bit granular, using the unbanked and the unbanked, those that are grouped in this situation, the market women in Ghana. We are also engaging them to make sure that they also understand the mobile money or the financial education. If you're talking about market women, then you're talking about women in financial inclusion. This is also a topic for discussion on another day. So we are also enhancing that bit of it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that will bring us to the end of this session. Without much further delay, I think we'll go. Maybe we'll take a little break and play one or two videos that we have for everybody, so we can all relax wherever we are. Thank you, Chioma. It's nice having you. Thank you, Thompson, for speaking. I think everybody here, we've been able to gain one thing or the other from you. It's quite interesting the way the discussion is going, and I think everybody is gaining one thing or the other in this regard. While we're waiting, I'll just try to play one or two videos so that we can also take some time out to relax wherever we are.
Creating a cooperative or a mini bank comes some stress. Managing the cooperative business.
Are you aware that 2 billion adults remain unbanked globally? Sure, nearly 60% of African adults don't have a bank account, and 90% of financial transactions are still made in cash. In Nigeria, the percentage figure of the unbanked and underbanked population currently stands at 48.8% and 10.6% respectively.
It's getting completely tough to test a prototype. Where on earth can I test my prototype?
Hi, my name is Faith Addition of Switzerland. I'd like to tell you about the problem that exists in Africa and how our business, especially social education for resolving problems and impacting the world. Also, we should set adult Africa bank access.
Thank you, everybody. That will be the end of this for now. What we're just trying to do is to let you see we're going to have a FinTech festival at the end of this session today. If you have your videos or from your organization, kindly send to us so that we can play it together. If you want to present your organization also, it will be a good time for you. So kindly send your emails, send your videos, and get ready for the FinTech festival. Without too much delay, I think we're going to go into the next session. I don't know if we have, am I still loud and clear? Am I on? Can people hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
go
okay,
ahead,
okay. So
we can hear you.
it's necessary to test what's going on. I don't know if Mr. Andrew Take Apia is right here. That's the CEO of Zipe Ghana. I'm trying to see if he's here. Okay, he's not here. Is Mr. Brand Weaving here? Is someone representing Ernesto Duce here? Mr. Aris Ochere? If they are not here, we'll just keep again and work, go straight to the next agenda. I'll get in touch with them and bring them back on. I think we still have Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya and Olusegun George in the house. I know they're somewhere here.
Yes, still online. Thank you.
That's Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can we take your session now?
Yes, I think we can go ahead.
Okay, I think I'll be handing over to Ophelia Amahoni to actually be the chaperone for this session. Ophelia, if you're still available here.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
It's up
Thank
for
you,
your
thank you,
take.
thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and fair.
Thank you very much. So we just hand over to our guest speaker to give his presentation.
Okay, Mr. Segun George, I'm trying to look for you, but I can't see your
Yes,
video.
I'm online.
I'm trying to get your video. I can't see your video.
1 second.
Okay, Mr. Shinwatesonya, are you here? Mr. Shinwatesonya. Okay, I can see you now.
1 second.
Okay. I think we have you now. Okay, I think we have you. Ophelia has given you the floor. I don't know what's going to be.
Okay.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. The sessions before this have been very insightful, and we have a lot to address. Welcome on board, Mr. Seun Adesanya. Nice to co-panel with you. And yes, our session is on the opportunities, securities, and challenges in the fintech world. And basically, lots of these issues have been addressed. I listened to Mr. Adesanya's session yesterday, and that also covered a lot of pertinent points that have been covered over the last day, and also some have been actually addressed this morning as well. But if you just permit me, I can share a couple of slides. Am I able to share my screen?
Feel free, go ahead. You can.
Okay, bear with me. Where am I? Going back to share. Okay, can everybody share? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so just to address some of the things that we've actually addressed as a company, this topic actually gives me the chance to actually showcase where we've been coming from and what we've actually done to date in terms of where the opportunities are, what we do, and how we're addressing this issue. So as a company, we're a fintech company. We provide white label solutions in forms of software as a service, just to provide access to financial services for the informal, unbanked and underbanked sectors of the society across Africa. What do we do? Basically, some of the problems that have been addressed is, on KYC issues, accessing some kind of credit footprint, and actually even appearing on any kind of database whatsoever. So we've digitized this for most of our clients. In terms of clients, we look at financial institutions, we look at microfinance companies, lending companies, SACCOs as they're called, or Esusus in West Africa. And we provide them with the technology, which is AI and blockchain driven, to actually help aggregate and enhance this sector that we've been embarked on. What are the problems we faced? We have this common problem. Across Africa, we've aggregated at 65% of the population being unbanked. We're looking at micro lenders, micro saving schemes, co-ops. A lot of them are in operations and have been in operation for a long time. However, they haven't scaled or haven't been able to scale effectively due to lack of automation and digitization. So we provided them with that. Banks don't go into this demographic. As we said earlier, when we're looking at the unbanked population, the cost of actually onboarding these people without the formal KYC requirements, which they can't often meet in terms of having formal IDs, being on other databases. They might tell you to bring proof of address, proof of utility bills, etc., etc. A lot of these requirements have been quite stringent in that sense. So they haven't been able to meet these. And as a result, we've actually come about a way to actually enhance how we actually collect this data and use this data in an effective way that can actually form some kind of credit footprint for this demographic. Then also, banks also look at the cost of onboarding. When we say onboarding, somebody mentioned earlier on, I think it was a lady from MTN, that yes, you can have these bank accounts. However, if you have these bank accounts and they're dormant, they actually often cost you more money to actually regulate and actually maintain as an institution, because you have to keep doing your screening, KYC, anti-money laundering screening, et cetera, you still have to deploy resources to actually monitor these accounts before you can have them on your books in order to comply with regulation. So what have we done? We've come up with a solution whereby, we've actually gone to different segments of the economy. One of the issues that we actually faced was, how do some of these savings groups that already exist, how do they finance the lending, and how do they finance the operations of actually servicing this underbanked population? So one of the things we looked at in terms of the lending is, where do they get the funding from, and what other forms of funding are actually available to this demographic. So for instance, we've come across peer-to-peer lending schemes. When I say peer-to-peer, our platform is a B2B platform. And what we tend to do is we actually deal with institutions and licensed lenders and licensed institutions that are already performing these services, however, do not have the automation. So we provide them with the software to enhance efficiency in that sense. So when we say peer-to-peer lenders, I'm looking at a co-op society, for instance, that has excess cash, could actually go to another co-op society or savings group and say, oh, rather than you guys struggle for cash, we have excess cash that's sitting in the bank and not earning good interest. We can actually lend onto yourselves, and they can come with some kind of formal agreement via smart contracts on our platform to actually help them access these kind of fundings. I mentioned before the digital footprint. When we talk about credit scoring also, in Nigeria today or in Africa today, if you're not a banked individual and you go to apply for a loan, what they tend to look at is a credit reference bureau. So how do you exist on a credit reference bureau if you do not exist in the formal banking sector? It's almost impossible. So what have we done? We've come up with some kind of credit scoring algorithm that actually helps you as an institution or as a savings group or a co-op group to actually help you digitize this credit footprint and create a credit footprint. By doing this, we use your data that we collate. We can use your we can use your biometrics. We can use your local, if you belong to a market association or co-op group, you can have an ID card. We use the ID card. You might not own the house you live in. In that case, that means you might not have a utility bill in your name in that address. So what do? We use social, social referencing to actually create this credit score as well. So basically, we become another repository of data for the unbanked and people that do not have a credit footprint that will later on plug into the credit reference bureaus and other institutions as they see fit. Our solution also has an AI engine. So actually, when you're on the solution, basically you have access to other financial services. When I say other financial services, it means you have access to insurance products. We talked about risk early on, and that was one of the problems around security, etc., that we talked about. When we're talking about risk, yes, we do have insurance companies that are also plugged into this ecosystem. And what do they provide? They provide insurance on the loan. So as and when you're actually applying for a loan on the system, you have that option or recommendation to actually insure that facility so that you're not worried about recovery, etc., etc. Nobody saw this pandemic coming along, but as somebody also mentioned earlier on today, if we had these insurance products in place, a lot of the problems we're facing today would have been overseen. So in terms of our features, I'll just skip past this one very quickly. Like I said, it's user ID and password protected in terms of security. That means basically your device or your system is actually quite secure. It's AI-driven, blockchain-driven as well. So in terms of hackability, it's also very secure in that sense. It's cloud-enabled, which means disaster recovery and any downtime is actually also catered for. Then we also have offline capability. When we talk about offline capability, I also heard the lady from MTN mention this earlier on. about having a USSD and SMS capabilities. Yes, we also have that in the system because most of the demographic we're actually dealing with do not have smartphones and may not have access to the internet as well. So all of this has been factored in, and at the same time, we have banner messaging where you can actually use channel partners to advertise services, goods and services on the platform. You can actually use it for financial literacy programs as well in terms of awareness and any type of policy changes that might affect the way they're operating in that sense. Application is available on PC, mobile, and like I mentioned, USSD. It's a very simple application, simple to use. We've actually tried to offer it in different language offerings as well. So the more localized the solution is, the more adoption we actually get on the solution as well, and more uptake we get on it. So basically, this is how it works. We sit in the middle, we connect to financial institutions, organizations, whether they're co-op banks, lending groups, or individuals.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, can we leave this to the Fintech Festival where we can do an overrun of your program so that we can just delve into the discussion of
okay. I'm gonna skip that slide.
Okay.
That shows that we can address that later. Thanks for that. So in terms of the integrated ecosystem and how we actually operate, what we're looking at is the way the Jambo ecosystem is actually integrated and how we can actually serve the unbanked population with fintech. So basically what we bring to the table, if you look on the left-hand side, we're talking to NGOs, we're talking to individual lenders that are licensed, microfinance banks, co-op banks, loan companies, and diaspora investors that have investment groups that want to actually offer some kind of assistance in that sense. One of the problems we actually encountered in some of the markets we looked at, we had NGOs like the UN that were actually looking to disperse funds to farmers, for instance, in one of the countries we operate in. They couldn't actually account for how the funds were going to be dispersed. They tried to use smaller associations, but the problems they faced was one, transparency, accountability, and the reporting. So if the reporting wasn't real time, first of all, they struggled. And also, what was the frequency of reporting and how do they have to actually have oversight of this activity? And how would they ensure that the funds actually reach the end user, who are the farmers? So basically, we have a financial inclusion platform, and also it just also joins up with the existing borrowing groups, the co-ops, the SACCOs, and VICOBAs, which are the village community banks, very common in Tanzania and East Africa. The SACCOs are the savings and co-op societies, also in that region, and very similar to the SUSUs and the savings groups or AJO that we have. I mentioned insurance groups that also, covering the risk management element of this and how it moves. The digital banking serving as agency banks. One thing we actually look at basically in this space is how do we actually migrate these people from the unbanked population into the formal sector. And I'll leave that open to discussion later on as well. And that's one of the things we're driving, and that's one of the major catalysts behind financial inclusion. In terms of the value proposition, what do we supply the customer? We actually supply you with a marketplace for you to actually say, no, not just the banking and savings and lending, but how do I access other financial services? I put insurance there as an example, SME financial services, and the potential bankable customers out there. How do you actually get visibility for this kind of customer? We can't get visibility for them because basically they don't exist or they don't have any credit footprints, so they're not even seen. So a platform like this actually gives them some kind of visibility and provides visibility for the financial service companies also. We're looking at prepaid cards, ATM cards. A lot of these people in this demographic have never used an ATM card or never purchased anything online. And that's because they're unbanked and they do not have access to these cards. So yes, with the partnerships that are available with card issuers, financial institutions that can issue these cards, maintain them, and also offer some kind of assistance in this respect. Lead generation, like I mentioned, how do we actually migrate this huge population? I mean, we're talking about 65% of the population of Africa. That's a huge number. We're talking about a few 100 million people across the continent. Nigeria being one of the biggest populations in Africa and even in the world to some extent. This is a huge opportunity for us to actually say, you know what, we're actually embarking on this drive and we're driving the economy. Most of our economies, our GDP is based on SME businesses. If we don't boost those businesses, how does our economy grow? Also, we look at major banks. There's a major opportunity for banks to actually join in this partnership. And a lot of fintech companies out there are willing to join forces with banks. And I've also seen a trend where banks are actually now acquiring fintech companies or actually introducing fintech divisions within the banks across Africa. That concludes my presentation. Be open to my co-panelists' suggestions and the recommendations also. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jagon. So we'll hand over to Sheon at this time to also give his submission. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. And once again, it's nice to be here again. Like we started yesterday talking about what exactly are the opportunities within the ecosystem and how fintech can help to deliver it. And I want to say thank you to all the speakers that have spoken before me and the people who have contributed one way or the other. The honest truth, like we said yesterday, is that there are a lot of opportunities available within the ecosystem. Opportunities that fintech organizations need to find a way of collaborating together and find a way of creating more value than the way it has always been. So I think it goes beyond just what we do as an institution than to how we can collaborate with other stakeholders to deliver value to the end user. Like we've seen the figures that have been rolled out since morning. They've talked about the percentage of the unbanked. They've talked about the challenges involved in people performing normal financial services. However, we believe that fintech has a role to play, and I strongly believe that that's the reason why the organizer have been able to put these kind of meetings together. Let me just quickly touch on some points that probably were raised yesterday.
Hello, have we lost our speaker?
I think you froze out. Let's give him a couple of seconds to come back in. Okay. I think he froze out. Let me see if there's any way I can help him out. Yeah. Okay, I'm very sure he's gonna join in. Let me try to reach him. Okay. I think the topic of discussion is we're talking about fintech opportunities, security, and emerging challenges. Definitely, we know that security has become a real issue now during this pandemic period. A couple of weeks ago, I'm not too sure it's up to 3 weeks, we heard what happened in Kenya, and even in our local communities in different organizations and privately, we've seen, okay, I think we have Mr. Oluwaseun back.
I think I'm back now.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, there's also the aspect of misconception that they believe that people who are unbanked they definitely don't perform financial transaction. And like we've had this morning, that the entire digital financial transaction being performed in Nigeria is less than 10%, meaning there are 90% that currently need technology, that 90% will actually need digital financial services to help them to bring them on board. Beyond the misconception, of course, is the aspect of the channels. How effective are the channels that are being created today helping to solve digital financial services? I've heard so much of what Chioma said, and the honest truth again is that the findings we've seen so far have shown that it has to be the combination of both traditional and the modern. Traditional in terms of how these people have always been performing the financial transaction, and how we can see how we can bring them on board as soon as possible, such that they can still trust what we are presenting to them as a channel. Of course, currently the most effective, of course, is the USSD, because USSD works for both smart and normal phone. But beyond that is that we need to then find a way of how other channels can also be effective to deliver value. Beyond just payment and transfer, we have to look at how other services like insurance, like pension, and other things can come on board and help to deliver value to these people. Most of the people, although we believe that they are at the bottom of the pyramid, but there are a lot of transactions. The frequency of transaction is higher at that level. The value might be smaller, but the frequency and the transaction count is much. And that's why digital has a lot to play in that space. What are the other things that we've identified? The other thing is, of course, the compensation model. What is the compensation model we are putting to all the channels? How interesting can it be for agents to want to sign on board? We've had opportunity where we've gone around to even interview the agents. And so shocking, you will hear an agent having like 7 POSs, and you ask why, and they tell you that the reason why they are having those 7 POSs is because one, some have interconnectivity challenge. The other one, probably their compensation is not that encouraging to them. So they have like 7. And I'm saying, wouldn't it have been possible or better if just one helped to deliver every expectation that this guy is looking for? So that is also very important. Of course, the compensation model is very critical to them, especially to the agents, because they believe that with that compensation model, they could help to deepen digital financial services. And one of the things we find out in most of the markets we've been to, we realize that the combination of the two actually is very interesting. The Isuzus and the Ajos, currently now, most of them just go with paper cards, going around the market, collecting money, without actually adding much value, because the way they work in that space is that if you are saving 31 days, they will take 1 day. And I'm asking them, beyond that 1 day, what else are you adding as value to these people? They said nothing other than the fact that we're helping them to save the money. And we see that there could be a big opportunity, especially for fintech, such that first we need to find a way of digitizing that process, that we earn the trust of the stakeholders, and being able to use that channel to deliver other value-added services to them in terms of insurance, pension, quick access to loan, and those other values that we believe can be of help to end user. Beyond that, of course, is also the aspect of market intelligence. A lot of models have gone out in the market without even having an understanding of the need of the market. And this is how fintech needs to have a better understanding that developing a solution is one thing, but having the understanding of the need of the market is critical. It's actually critical to any development that you need to put out to invest in. And this is very, very important, especially to fintech players in the ecosystem, that having a great idea that does not meet the expectation of the market is, should we say, is dead on arrival. Because what you will hear is that you will then realize that you are spending so much money in trying to convince people to see it from your own point of view, rather than developing something that they can align with, they can embrace because it actually meets their expectation. The truth is that the market is huge and the opportunities is massive, not just in terms of lending, also in terms of other financial services. You'll be so shocked, you'll be so surprised to hear that insurance penetration in Nigeria is still less than is still within single digits. The question is why? With all the populations in Nigeria, why is insurance penetration still a single digit? Of course, the answer is not far-fetched. The answer has to do with all the things that we've listed so far: the misconception, the channel, the compensation model, the value proposition that you are putting out. And this comes from market intelligence. And this is very critical for anyone who wants to play in that space to see how that can be a major factor in developing any solution. Having said that, of course, you're also aware that System Specs has been in that field of helping to enhance digital financial services in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. Of course, everybody knows us with Remita. Remita has been a robust solution that actually helped to provide all you need in one. All you need in terms of all the digital solutions that you need in one. Of course, you can do your payment, you can do your collection, you can do your direct debit, especially to those who are lending to end user. You have a robust solution that you can also use in making sure that your recovery is 100% and you don't have any leakage in terms of repayment of loan. Of course, you also know that in the market, we lead in the payroll solution, and we've had this experience for over close to 30 decades, where we have our woman manager. For those who have been in the industry, we know how robust that platform is. Of course, we also have the aspect of bureau services. We also have staff center, and of course, Remita payroll, which also help to create an end-to-end payroll process across the ecosystem. And of course, the latest we have in the system, of course, is PayLink. PayLink, like the anchor yesterday said, has been an interesting and game changer that has helped the SME space in how they can collect and also being able to advertise more of their products to end user. So that's a bit from my hand on the areas that fintech needs to look at. And the honest truth is that System Specs, the owner of Remita, we are not just a major player in the industry, where we are also open to every collaboration.
I think my dear friend is frozen again. I think the system is frozen, but I guess he's done with his presentation.
No, I'm still here.
You're still here. I think you went out. Are you okay? You're back. Okay. You were rounding up your presentation. Are you done? Hello?
Yeah.
You're done with your presentation. Okay. Over to Ophelia.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. At this point, we'll ask if any of the participants have any questions. They can ask our panelists directly or type their questions in the chat box.
Well, my question is this. Earlier on, I was making mention of the incident event that happened in Kenya. And I think in the pockets all across Africa and globally, we have this issue of security of funds, security of data information. In what ways are the fintech companies guiding this? Yesterday, one of the issues that we had was in one of the Financial Inclusion Week seminar that we had, the question has been, people are not really open to giving out information. They don't trust fintech. They don't trust anybody collecting their information because, I mean, it's quite hectic. You know, you need to give the same information. We spoke about this yesterday. You get everything all over again. What are we doing to protect people's funds and identification? Is Mr. Shegun George still here?
Yes, I'd like to take that. Thank you very much. Very good questions. And security is something that, you know, we take very seriously. So first of all, when we talk about funds, I've talked about collaboration, I've talked about partnerships. The major reason why we want to collaborate with licensed lenders, licensed institutions, and formal banks is one for this purpose of security. So we would only actually deal with people that have some affiliation with NDIC in Nigeria, for instance. So you know your deposits are actually safe with that institution, and it safeguards you against any incidentals against that institution as well. So not just the system, but the institution you choose to deal with has to be financially stable, first of all, and you know, you have to monitor this constantly as well. Banks do go down as well, so we know that and we're very aware of that. But at the same time, you know, my onus is protecting the people on my platform, not only just their deposits and their funds that are held in custody. However, their data also has to be protected. So in terms of data privacy, you know, the cyber security, so that their systems aren't hacked and you don't leak sensitive information and data, is also very pertinent in that respect.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Adesanya adding to that? I think we lost him. Is he still here?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Are you responding?
Okay, so the aspect of consumer protection is key, especially in Nigeria. It's very, very important, and everyone needs to see that as critical in whatever they're doing. And that's why there is a need to have more collaboration with data custodian and also fintech who are actually providing financial services to this end user. So the aspect of collaboration is very key, and also compliance to all the laid down rules and regulations set out by the government.
Okay. Ophelia, anything from you?
No, I don't have any other questions. So I'll just like to take this opportunity to thank our great panelists, Sheun and Shegun, for sharing great insights with us this afternoon. And I'd like to hand over back to Olu to introduce the next session for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see something. Well, thank you everyone. It's been a great time having everybody here. Thank you for your patience, for standing by. Normally I don't really do this, but I'm just going to do it. I'm going to put someone on the spot. We have the pleasure of having with us Mr. Aderemi Atonda. Is the Executive Director of System Specs in Nigeria, the organization that are actually involved in the TSA program in Nigeria. That's one of the biggest technology organization helping to solve the problems that we have been identified here today. Like Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya said, they are open up for discussions and they are open up for collaborations within the ecosystem. It's a great honor to have you right here on this forum. I know I'm putting him on the spot, and I think everybody knows I'm used to that by now. So he's right here, and he's a very busy man. It's always good to have people like that because of the love that they have for what we do and the ecosystem, and we can actually integrate and develop better. It's nice to have you here, Mr. Aderemi Atonda. I think before the end of the day, maybe he's going to have one word or two for us. While we're waiting for, actually, we might have to miss the session on the future of real-time payments. Trying to get across to Mr. Andrew and Mr. Aris Ochere. They are not here. And I think outside that, I think what we have next is our product presentation and break. Well, while we're waiting for them to start, I think we're going to start that. Can I just invite the MD of PayChange? If you are here, Mr. Azan Hussein, are you here? Okay, he's not here. Okay, the MD of Esusu Africa, can you present Esusu Africa for us? I'll just play your video, then you can talk a little bit in 2 minutes about what you do in Esusu Africa.
Can you shift a little bit, because I'm just trying to reset my system now.
I mean, I'll play your I'll play your video. You can
right. Okay.
You can just get ready for your presentation.
Okay.
And your presentation is going to be in 3 minutes. When I say 3 minutes, this time around, it's going to be 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let me just get the. Okay, I need to. Okay, while we're just trying to do that, there's a message from Mr. Aderemi Atonda to everybody. Thank you for your kind words. Dr. Deban, do you have anything to say on the presentation so far, or you want to add anything while I'm trying to get this done?
Oh no, I've enjoyed them all. They've all been really useful and encourage more discussion. Yeah, so I'm good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deban. I think we're going to play Esusu Africa. Okay.
Are you aware that 2 billion adults remain on?
Okay. Sorry about that. I think I've gotten to it. I'm just going to share my screen so that everybody can listen to this.
And globally, sure, nearly 60% of African adults don't have a bank account, and 90% of financial transactions are still made in cash. In Nigeria, the percentage figure of the unbanked and underbanked population currently stands at 48.8% and 10.6% respectively, making it a total of 59% that are financially excluded. Who are these people? These are mainly petty traders, small-scale enterprise owners, parents and artisans, even in rural and urban areas. Most often, they indulge in daily thrift contributions, also known as Esusu, where a collector collects a certain amount of money from customers, and at the end of the month, the collector takes a fraction of the money for the services rendered. Are you aware of the problems faced by these Esusu collectors and their customers? No. Too much paperwork leading to frequent data loss and errors. High cash usage resulting in robberies, fraud, and other cash-related crimes. It can also lead to financial loss in the case of fire and flooding incidents. They also have low access to credit and digital financial services. Their operational process is inefficient, leading to wasted and effort. So what is the way out? Are you a thrift collector or a financial service provider? Do you know that using electronic Esusu can help digitize, improve, and enhance the performance of your Esusu scheme in a fast and secured system? With Electronic Esusu, we explore the digital payment technology, global system mobile device, and a responsive smart agent network to drive financial inclusion to the last mile. Our system also provides members and management of the Esusu schemes with instant information on any transaction made, and it guarantees security of data and information. So what are you waiting for? Quickly sign up as an agent on e-isusu.ng and download the mobile app. Submit credentials for verification, agree to the terms and conditions, and start operating from any location. Let us also support CBN and all its allies to promote financial inclusion towards making the vision of cashless Nigeria by the year 2020 an utmost reality. Electronic Esusu is proudly supported by these partners. Are you aware that 2 billion adults remain on bank?
Mr. Afis, can you come up now? Mr. Afis, can you come up for your 3-minute presentation?
Hello. Sorry, I'm trying to pull out my presentation now. So just.
I mean, you don't need any presentation. You just need to talk through now because we presented your company. Just talk what you do and let's get it wrapped up. Okay, I think I'll just play Jamburo next while we're waiting for Mr. Hafiz to get ready. My system is freezing up too here. Okay, I think I'll just use my hands. Okay, we'll wait for you to do what you want to do.
financial institutions have no real flexibility. There's no way to ascertain their willingness and ability to repay their loans. The traditional credit score is broken. This is the problem social lender was wanted to solve. We realize that people are connected in myriad of ways, online, social media, and mobile, and leave behind a digital fingerprint. Even offline connections can be digitized. All of this feeds into the social reputation score, which is the main asset. The social reputation score takes a look at people's engagement, their connections, their network to form the asset.
Financial institutions can now extend formal credit and other financial services to the underbanked and the unbanked, basically people at the bottom of the pyramid. For us, the exciting countries, 6 financial partners. In Nigeria, our solution is being used as an end-to-end lending platform. Also, in South Africa, we partnership with Absa Bank, formerly Barclays Africa. Our API is currently being made available for the Absa API marketplace, which will enable us to expand or scale to 6 countries in Africa. Beyond lending in Africa, the social reputation score can be used to solve some of the challenges around KYC, which is knowing customers, around pensions, around insurance, and some challenges that migrants have and students who find themselves in new societies.
We have been able to adapt our technology to work for different channels. Our solution is useful for every level of the economic pyramid. Not everybody actually have access to smartphones, and not everybody have internet. It's because of that that we also have channels of USSD and SMS for the bottom of the pyramid for these people that do not have internet. The unbanked and underbanked don't just need access to our technology. They need financial literacy to be fully financially included. This is why social lenders embarked on creating a network of offline ambassadors and agents and local guides who are able to teach these people digital financial literacy curriculum that we have developed. These people are able to be educated where they need to be educated using the language that they understand. Our solution uses multiple data points. We make use of data sciences. We do not use any data without the explicit permission of the end user.
We're excited about our journey so far, and we look forward to doing much more. What we're doing is we're building a social network of trust and credit for change.
Okay, I think Mr. Isusu Africa is ready. Mr. Isusu Africa, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I don't think I'm going to allow screen sharing. What do you have on your screen? If it's going to take,
don't worry.
No, if it's going to take time,
Okay. No problem. No problem.
Let's hold on. I'm trying to get my system set up. I think. Can you enable it from your end? I think I can enable it from my end. Can you do that on your end? My system is acting up.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Do you want to come up?
Can you unshare from your end?
I'm trying to do that, but it's not permitting me. I'm so sorry about that technical glitch. Fix it. Let me just take some. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let's do this. Are you ready? I think you can share now.
Okay. Can you see it?
Not yet. I can see you, but I'm not too sure. Okay, you should be able to come on now. Do you want to come up? Hello, Mr. Afis?
Can you see it now?
Not yet. But we can see you, we can see your presentation.
Okay, there's a presentation on, I don't know. The media, Windows Media Player is on. Can you unshare that?
Yeah, that's all. Okay, we'll get that. That's all. 1 second. Okay, that's gone. So you should be off now.
Okay. Okay. You should see it now, right?
You good?
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to have to be in this midst of insightful events. So I'll just my name is Abdulaziz Ogutoyinbo, and I'm the head of business development at Isusu Africa Limited. Basically, this is just to give you an insight of what we do at Isusu Africa and how we are also enhancing financial inclusion. So basically, I won't want to, dive into much more information. This is just to give you an overview. At least some of the presentations that we've been having has given us a glimpse of how, digital finance, transformation is very key. And this is very, very important. You'll have the likes of different financial service providers today. Some of them also operate semi-manual, full, manual. Some are even trying to also leverage technology, but not fully, partially. So this is just to give you an interesting overview of, the potential of leveraging digital, finance strategy. And that's what we're going to show you, at in the midst of this presentation. So there's a lot of importance at this COVID-19 pre and post era. You have a lot of interesting increase in the trend of how people are leveraging digital financial services, particularly all these MFIs, cooperatives, how they're able to use it to bring their customers online. And there are a lot of advantages in terms of efficiency, the quality of services, and scaling in terms of the numbers. So basically, at Isusu Africa, we're a fintech company that provides digital platforms to cooperatives, microfinance institutions, and financial services agents. So we are actually enhancing their end-to-end process from customer onboarding, KYC verification, transaction automation. It's available across several access channels. So our platform is available to use by both microfinance banks, microfinance institutions, cooperative societies, agent network managers. They're able to use this platform to reach out to variety of users. So the reality of what we have today in Nigeria, we already know the statistics. So this just to give you a glimpse. We have over 42.7% of the financially excluded population in Nigeria that save informally in form of Isusu, in form of Ajo, Adashia, as the names mean to different localities. So they save across over 10,000 microfinance institutions. We have thousands of cooperative societies and several local Isusu collectors. This is most of all the operations are done manually. And our own problem, because of the story, we went through the process. In 2016, we also set up a local trade microfinance institution as a cooperative, and we had that mindset to also digitize. But these are some of the challenges, not only peculiar to us, but several other institutions: manual reconciliation, fraud, distrust. We lost over 30% revenue. Trying to leverage this technology and to also digitize the process. So we went through different manual, challenges, and this actually, led to the development of this platform. Esusu Africa, we have a product called Electronic Esusu that we provide to these institutions, to these cooperatives to enhance, digitization. For every transaction, there's, instant notification to the customers. They're able to get instant alert. There's transparency. The institution are also able to scale their operations. So we have a lot of institutions today that they've been able to scale from 0 to thousands in short time. And this is something, you need to also look at. If the customers get instant alert, they also get instant, receipt via, their phone. And this is something that I think goes a long way to also automate the processes. So, and they're able to have more information about these customers so that they can bring them to the formal financial, mainstream. So we provide them digital tools, management information systems, as a back office tool for these cooperative institutions to enable them, track, have full control about all the operational processes, and the cost of the agents, staffs that goes around to collect money. They have access to, digitize their field of operations like customer registration, KYC verification, deposit withdrawal, and instant SMS alert to all, on every transaction. The customers also have access to instant prepaid card to withdraw their money. They can also dial a USSD code to check their balances, and it's an end-to-end system. You could see the chain, from the management to the staff to the customers. So this goes a long way to automate the processes. And our target clients are cut across the microfinance institutions, local collectors, on lending firms, money lending firms, asset management firms that can use this product to reach out to thousands of users. We have different products. Our primary core is the Esusu management system, which I believe automates the process of thrift savings, collections, and microcredit. We also have agent banking and the platform, which our platform today can facilitate cash in, cash out by POS. And as you can see, this is just a sample of the POS, and it gives you more overview on how this platform can drive financial inclusion. So to onboard customer institutions after KYC verification and profiling, we give them an Excel template. If they have existing customers, they migrate the customers up and running. They are up, and the customers start receiving notification. Their staff can also digitize fields for operations. So this is just to let you know how the platform works. And we have several access channels via the web, mobile, USSD, a prepaid card, POS, mobile printer for the field officers, and it's highly transparent for them. And there's a possibility for us to also white label. So we do white label for institutions. Recently we just white label. We built a partnership with a fully fledged commercial bank to use this platform to harness a Esusu collection for the whole bank. And this is just to validate the concept. This platform is already tested and trusted, used by different institutions. So we can offer white label, via the web, mobile app, and USSD, and across several channels. And this is something we believe will also enhance our, mission and vision to our advanced financial and economic inclusion. So with this platform, you're able to, enhance digital finance, to reduce poverty, and also inclusive finance. You have, you bridge that gap. Women financial inclusion is also one of our focus area, and you are also able to drive sustainable finance and agent banking with the way we have actually built the platform, connecting to different platform providers. So we've actually achieved, some few milestones, and I believe with some of the partners we have and achievement, we're also looking towards, potential partnerships with several stakeholders in this ecosystem. So I believe our vision at the Esusu Africa is to see how we are able to enhance, the deployment of a digital platform to further, promote financial inclusion to the last mile. And I want to end this with, one of quote of a board of advisors: C is for COVID-19. C can also be for cashless. So, and we at the Esusu Africa, we are also focused on making, this policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, making it a reality. through this platform, and we're open to collaboration. So we're also responding to the COVID-19 crisis with the way we have also discounted our platform implementation fee, digital finance webinar series for our clients to bring them on board more of digital literacy, financial literacy, and several other products we have layered on the platform. So I believe this gives you more opportunity to drive this digital finance strategy across your respective organizations and institutions. So thank you very much for this opportunity. We're open to more feedback, more collaboration, and more partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Oguntoyibo. Do we have questions for him? Do we want to engage him? Any question for him? Is my mic on? Hello?
Your mic is on.
It's on. It's on.
Okay. Thank you very much. So any engagement for him? Okay. That's that. I'm going to invite Mr. Moses Onitilo. Let me see if I'm going to, of Jamboro, to do Jamboro presentation right now.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good
It's
morning,
morning for me over here in the US, but I know it's afternoon for everybody else. So when you're ready, can you let me share the deck on you?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So we'll put so can everybody see my slide?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to jump right in. I'm not going to use all my slide. I'm just going to use, because my CEO presented earlier. So I'm just going to jump into some features of how our platform works, and also what we mean by financial inclusion and also the social impact on Africa as well. So once again, thanks you for letting me join this audience. Jamboro is a financial technology platform that focuses as a SaaS operations platform, which is software as a service to provide access to for financial services for informal and bank sectors across Africa. So we are a good company. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. So we're a global company. We have locations in Nairobi, Tanzania, Nigeria, running out of England as well. So our clients are vast. You can hear me, right? Our clients are vast, and so I'm just going to take you through some of our features and some of the problems that we are addressing as well. So basically, we address all these problems. This is what we actually do. Focus is digitizing across Africa the unbanked population and creating a credit footprint for them. We're a B2B platform with a backend of AI and blockchain to be able to enable financial inclusion and also grassroots empowerment. I'll explain that when I go through the features. Users will be able to access all the financial services that are afforded to basically developing countries. And our goal in terms of social impact is to be able to take people out of the informal sector into the formal sector, actually taking them out of poverty and also increasing their, improving their lives day to day, and also be afforded the same respect and dignity that you normally afford to in Africa to the middle and upper class elites in Africa as well. So what problems are we solving? Well, if you look at the population structure of Africa, there's about 400 million people in Africa, in a population of over 1.2 billion plus, that are actually unbanked and underbanked, with no bank account, no access to bank account, but they are connected to various mobile technologies and everything to do transactions and everything. So we service the micro lenders, the micro savings schemes. A lot of those people, like for example, a lot of our clients in the East African region, SACCOs, saving groups, or VICOBAs, village community banks. Most of them operate manually. They don't have access to digital capabilities. So it's either ledgers, or sometimes the ones that are lucky will have a spreadsheet to be able to do transactions on their groups as well. So when we talk about SACCOs, these are very sophisticated groups that operates in the grassroots, savings groups, co-ops. So they normally are organized into associations, registered and licensed organizations, and highly regulated. So you can have groups underneath them that will be like 15 to 50 people in a group, and they save every month, and they have to borrow 3 times against what they save to be able to do all the transactions and lending in the ecosystem. Banks don't typically service this demographic because number one, it's too expensive to onboard them. If you look at this population demographic as well, is 80% women that work in the grassroots, women that sell tomatoes, cassavas, oranges, market women, and all of those. Those are the majority of this area. So when I'm saying that banks don't really like servicing this, it's very expensive for them to open an account. And also the things that they put all these women through to be able to just open an account is just ridiculous. So also, because of this, there is no insight around what's going on in that ecosystem. That ecosystem actually amounts to 60% of the African GDP, the grassroots economy, if you want to put it in perspective. These are results that came out from IMC, World Bank, UN, and a lot of other organizations out there that have done research into this region as well. So if I go into solutions that we're providing and bring it to the table for them. Basically, we provide access to we match various lenders, institutions, microfinance banks, NGOs to match this segment by onboarding them onto our platform, their groups, their organization, providing them a digital footprint. And also we built our own credit scoring algorithm, which is AI driven, that will be able to match lenders and buyers, lenders and borrowers, and also create a credit footprint for each of these people in this segment so that they can now be part of the formal sector based on the transactions that they're doing as well. We have a very robust AI engine that does a lot of data mining and analytics in that segment. One of the biggest problem and challenges that you face in that sector is more or less the problem of data, gathering the data, mining the data, making sure that you have accurate data to be able to make informed decisions. And most of this is automated in our environment because of the AI engine that we built behind it, and integrating that into our blockchain engine as well, to be able to enhance the features that we have, also provide security and encryption, which is very paramount for us. And this also provides massive opportunity for lenders and also financial services. We are not a lending company. We just provide software as a service to all these businesses and SACCOs, co-ops across Africa. So, and most of them offer attractive interest rates that are set by themselves. So we don't allow predatory lenders on our platform. We only allow licensed lenders, licensed insurance companies, licensed SACCOs onto the platform. So the ability to match all these financial services product that's not necessarily afforded to this demographic is one of our main priorities for social impact, when something we call beyond inclusion. I don't like the terminology of financial inclusion. We prefer beyond inclusion and economic empowerment, because we're going out there to source. We build an ecosystem. It's one thing to build a tool, but what we pride ourselves in is building the ecosystem for which I call a shopping mall. to now invite all the retail companies, all the companies to come in and participate. We even have clients in the grassroots of African American community in the US as well, who are using the platform as well for economic empowerment, because you do know that exists in America as well. About 40 million people are on the poverty line in the US as well as we speak. So I'm going to quickly move on into the features. So, like I said before, I bring 28 years of technology into this environment. We're having worked with a lot of major banks and financial institutions in the US doing digital transformation. So, learning from that and now coming into our continent to be able to design a solution by going directly to the grassroots. So, what we did was we spent like 2 to 3 years doing researches to understand the grassroots, actually participating in their meeting in Ogun State, your state, in Lagos, Yanapaja, working with clients like the Alajakwas, working with retail clients like Just Right, which is a retail store that has over 50 to 100,000 customers on their loyalty program. So we took all of that in and we then go ahead and start architecting a design that will be very robust and easy to use, and the user experience has been great because we already have commercial clients using the platform across Africa already. So it's like any other platform. You have all the credentials, user ID and password, and that you can use to onboard the client and giving them their credentials and login and password protection for all the P2P or the co-ops. Like we said, we built our own robust credit scoring algorithms that is now providing a credit score to most of the members and association and organization on our ecosystem and on our platform. And this also integrates and also pull data from any credit bureau system across the continent as well, to be able to enable and enhance and create a credit footprint for members on our platform. We have a very robust reporting capability, which is a business intelligence API that we've built and that I can integrate into any reporting package like Sage, Tableau, or any profit and loss packages out there as well. Our platform is USSD mobile app on Android and US. So if you know, the phone penetration in Africa is huge. So a lot of people in the grassroots and rural areas are able to do transactions using USSD codes, and we are integrated with a lot of mobile money platforms like Flutterwave, Impala Pay, Jambo Pay, and also M-Pesa in East Africa as well. We integrated with. We have ability for multiple messaging capability for channel partners to be able. Also, they have the ability to be able to advertise on our platform, which is another source of revenue for us, and also be able to disseminate messages across their ecosystem as well. Then one unique feature is we have wallets for all the users and organizations that are integrated into things like M-Pesa, Tigo Pesa, into Flutterwave, all the settlement companies right there. So also have these wallet facilities is also integrated into card services that we issue in, so that people can either use their wallet to move money about or have a debit card that they can use for transaction, which is customized for a particular client as well. Most of our, we have API-enabled pattern matching stuff into various ERP systems, various partners to provide various solutions and financial services solutions as well. It's also the way we match the data sets for KYC onboarding. That's really important for us because we have minimum criteria that each company or B2B or savings group have to meet. We also have a biometric capture for most of this region as well, since a lot of people in that grassroots economy might be literate but very savvy. So, those that can't read and write, we have provide some form of biometric and facial recognition to onboard for ID verification as well. So when we're talking about our AI and robo algorithms, so our AI does a lot of things, but without the data that we're gathering and also the transactions that we're gathering that goes into our blockchain for smart contracts, to take away all the paperwork that most of these financial institutions in the grassroots or the circles, the co-ops and the savings group do, take all of that paperwork away and just onboard very easily and be able to load their KYC data. Those data are also mined via our experts using business intelligence products and also using our AI platform to be able to mine the data, to be able to match lenders and borrowers, to be able to generate real-time reportings and also capture any anti-fraud and activities going on the platform, money laundering and all of that. So we've been able to pair this technology and integrate it together for encryption as well. We also built a robust service management platform that sits on top of Jamboro to support all the transactions and customer service. I'm also a red badge ITSM expert, having been able to implement and be sitting advisory for a lot of financial institutions and also other companies in the US as advisory for IT service management. I'm one of the known experts in the industry around the world as well for that. So we've been able to build those IT processes into our framework as well to be able to support our clientele and also support our product as we move forward as well. Any questions on that? If not, I'll move forward, but you can also put your questions. Like I said, we're operational. It's a preview of our mobile app, of doing transactions. It's very simple steps. People can come on board and request financial services product. We're not a lending company, as I said. We're a SaaS, software as a service operation model where we do joint ventures and licenses to clients and partners as we grow our ecosystem. So it's operational, but you cannot really go into Android and iOS and go and download you can download it, but you'll not be able to use it. You have to be a member of a circle, a co-op and everything, registered with them, pay your membership fees, be able to save. Then once they onboard you onto the platform via Jamboro, your credentials will then be sent to you. Then you can then download the application. So as a user of the street, you can't really come into our platform. You have to be a member of a licensed circle, co-op, Esusu, whatever term we use in Africa these days. How does it work? So as I was talking, our process is very simple. We have Jamboro in there. So you have all the lenders and investors on the left. We're also taking peer-to-peer disbursement money from the US currently, where people are sending money back home to invest directly into circles and organizations. And the borrowers are already onboarded on the platform. Most of them are either individuals, but they belong to an organization or a savings group. They apply for the loans and everything gets verified through the process as you go along. So the process is quite straightforward. You go through the loan process, everything gets, we look up all the data that they have on you. And if, they look at the credit scoring algorithms to determine what kind of loans you can actually be approved for. So even when the loans is declined, you can still continue. The AI engine will automatically put you in a different loan package that you qualify for based on your credit scoring and all of that as well. So it goes through all of these. There's an approval based on built into it, the approval process of the existing circle, and also the approval process of either the loan company, the insurance company, or the pensions company providing all these financial services product as well. So once you go through that process, once the approval is done, and the disbursement and repayment is going through your wallet via Flutter Wave and all the other mobile money engines that we have on there. So you can either withdraw through M-Pesa, you can withdraw to your card, or any other facility that we have built ready for the client as well. So I was talking about our ecosystem before. This is what our integrated ecosystem looks like. So, like I said, my analogy for us is beyond inclusion. So you have all these NGO funds coming through our platform, individual lenders, microfinance bank, co-op banks, loan companies, and diaspora investors.
We need to take the next session,
so pushing the money through it and everything. So, and this is the way the ecosystem look. I'm not going to go through this. I'm just going to quickly skip this. Let me see. So sample clients that we already have on our platform right now. And we're currently, the second phase is the onboarding of those ones at the bottom. So we're growing very faster than our technology can catch up. So a sample case of a circle is with working with the trade association, which have about 1 million members currently. They have 10,000 on our platform to do a pilot. So before, on the left, before they were doing work on spreadsheets, and so they can't scale. So they have traditional savings and lending. Financial services do not serve this demographic due to lack of data, and they don't have automation. So if you look on the right, now they have access to our platform. Customer satisfaction is up, repayment reminders, extended credit line, credit scores, then form a relationship now with all these financial services that are now in the ecosystem, and an interface about administration, real-time reporting. So it's improved tremendously their growth as well. So basically, just give you a quick overview, and I'm open to questions.
I think you're on mute.
Am I back on? Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much, the Jamboro team, for your presentation. I think there's an echo coming in. Well, without further delay, I think we'll go to the next session so that we can actually wrap this summit up on time. We're going to take the next presentation now, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Roderick Ayu. The next presentation is going to be on what every startup needs to know. And the two people that will be doing this is Nat Robinson, that's the MDC of Live Global, and Mr. Olusegun George, the MD CEO founder of Jamboro. Thank you, Roderick. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm fully here.
You're fully here. Is Mr. Nat Robinson in?
Yeah, hi. I'm here.
Okay, Nat is in. Just gonna. I'm trying to end the presentation we have. I think. Okay, I need to get that done. I'm sorry, I guess I'm holding up everybody. Jamboro is not leaving my screen. What can I do? Jamboro, please release me. I think the Jamboro think they're doing something to me right now. Okay, I think we have you. I think, thank God, there's the other system. Oh, so in the interim, Mr. Roderick, you have the floor while I sorted out this technical issue.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon from here. And it's been a good day. A lot of discussions and knowledge sharing, information sharing as well. We are going to, as announced, have a discussion on what every startup needs to know. This is so important, especially even in the pandemic. I've seen quite a number of businesses springing up. Yeah, even though it is already a problem, we would need a lot of these startups to sort of get us ready through the system. So without much comments, we would welcome our speakers. Please, whoever is ready can take the floor. Now,
That's Nat Robinson.
Nat Robinson, yes. Are you ready for us, Nat?
Do you want me to start? Sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah, happy to jump in. And I've got some slides and I've got a list of 9 things all startups should know. So let me know if this is a good time to present.
It's a good time. We are ready for you. Great.
Great. Well, thanks.
Nat, a little bit about yourself before you go to the main slide.
Sure, be happy to. So hello, everyone. Thanks for joining and thanks for letting me be part of this. My name is Nat Robinson, and I'm the CEO of a company called Leaf Global Fintech. We're based in Rwanda, but we work in 5 markets throughout Africa and are looking to expand quickly. Before that, I was the CEO and founder of a company called Juhudi Kilimo in Nairobi in Kenya. It was a microfinance company that leveraged a lot of technology to deliver services to rural smallholder farmers. And so we were one of the larger microfinance institutions in Kenya. I ran that company for about 7 years and raised $22 million for that. From the beginning, it was very hard. I made all the mistakes along the way. In fact, wrote a book about what not to do when starting a financial institution in East Africa called Creating a Cash Cow in Kenya, if you want more advice. But was a glutton for punishment and wanted to start another company. And so that's where I am now in the fintech world. And we've raised about $600,000 in the last 2 years. And we're just about to close on a seed round in March of this year, right as COVID was happening, and that whole thing fell apart. So happy to answer questions about that. It's been very difficult, but learned a lot. So yeah, let me see if I can, you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, I'll go through these quickly. I know we're behind, and I know it's a long day, so I'll run through them quickly though. But feel free to stop me. So the 9 tips that I have for any founders or startups going into a post-COVID world is one, pretty easy one, is getting comfortable with the unknown. I think as a startup, it's very easy for you to be overwhelmed with lots of information and not have all the data that you can make a decision. So just being able to make quick decisions and just be comfortable with that. And also to be able to pivot quickly is also can be a valuable point to be, as that analysis paralysis could slow you down. 2, don't worry about the noise. There's a lot of hype and noise out there for startups. I think you'll see in the news all the time, all the money that everyone's raising, and that is not a good metric for success. Look at customers, look at revenue. 50% of those startups probably won't be in business in the next few years. So staying focused on your business and not worrying too much about what's happening in the news, I think can be helpful. I certainly fall victim to that a lot of times, is seeing all the other success out there. 3, this is a good one for any business, but extending your cash runway. I think especially as a startup, you have a lot more leverage over your expenses and over your ability to restrict and expand the business quickly. When in times of uncertainty, and especially when you're raising capital, not knowing when that's going to close, it's been important to really be disciplined on how you manage that. One of the things that I picked up from an organization called Techstars was to look at about firing staff versus reducing salaries. And I think as a startup, you're generally attracting talent who are more interested in the work that you're doing and more eager to be part of the team than really necessarily making a salary. And so a lot of times what I've found is that it's easier to lower that salary versus do wide sweeping cuts and get rid of staff. So one of the tools that you can leverage. And then 4, don't give up on fundraising. I think it can be very, very frustrating fundraising, getting told no all the time and running into walls and barriers, but just constantly keeping that going and continuing to talk to investors, because you never know. There are funds that are investing during COVID, and especially in fintech and financial inclusion. That's been a big sector all across Africa for investment. So just continuing to keep doing that. It's also hard to do, but continuing to be optimistic. But it's really a never-ending story for a lot of fintechs, and especially if you're getting into the lending business, you're constantly needing capital. Do accelerators. So this is advice we got from one of our other accelerator programs during COVID, is that a lot of the accelerators, there are so many of them all across the continent, all over the world. And now they're all virtual, so they're all digital. So anyone can participate in Y Combinator, for example, in the US, and you don't have to fly out to Silicon Valley to do it. So it's really opened up the potential for anyone based anywhere to participate in these programs, and a lot of them come with capital, $120,000 to $145,000 with Techstars and Y Combinator and 500 startups, which is nice to have. And then also the networks, the mentors, and investors that go along with that. I would also suggest VC4A is a great website, and it's a newsletter. They constantly update on all the accelerators that are specific for Africa. But we've really had a good experience with a number of these accelerators, getting support and getting investment. 6 is stay disciplined, stay focused. This is everything from hiring and forecasting to your cost management. I think this is a great time to build discipline when things are tough, so that you have a little bit more resilience later. And if you think things are hard now, I would highly recommend reading the book Hard Things About Hard Things. The Hard Thing About Hard Things by Ben Horowitz. It was his story, and he's a major VC investor with Andreessen Horowitz at the moment. But the stuff that this poor guy went through in starting a tech company during the tech bubble in the US was just puts everything in perspective. So I think good lessons there. All right, a few more. Have a long-term plan. I think it's really easy to engage in short-term thinking when things are tough and you only have 3 months of runway, but really trying to keep that 5 to 10-year plan. What do you want to do with your business? And trying to make sure you're still focused on that. That actually helps you pivot into those short-term directions that may not seem like such a crazy change from your business, that you can still keep focused on whatever that reason was you started the business in the beginning. And helps you kind of put those steps in place to do it. So it's easy to get stuck into that short-term thinking during COVID. Be persistent. I think this is something I wrote a lot about in my book. Is it's easy to give up, and if there's anything that I'm good at, I'm not great at anything, but being very, very persistent and continuing to, knock on investors' doors, talk to investors. My numbers were, I had 100 investors that I spoke to. I got 50 hard no's and 50 kind of maybes, and then 20 of those investors that said maybe came down for a due diligence to Nairobi and visited with us, and then 10 ultimately invested. But that took a really long time to get through all that, a couple of years. And yeah, good quote about Winston Churchill about never giving up. You can't go a day without thinking about it. And then my last one here is it's your company. You decide. There's lots of good advice out there. Everyone's going to offer you advice, investors, mentors, friends, family, about go after this market, change this strategy, go after VC funding, angel. There's some of them are right, some of them aren't, but it's hard to know. And so at the end of the day, you know your business best. And so just to take the information that you can and make that best decision that you think you can at the time. My advice included. So, all right, I will hand it over there. I'll leave with some quotes up for everyone else, to some inspirational quotes I think that keep me going, and certainly during these times with COVID, and it's not the strongest and the smartest that survive, but it's the most that are adaptable to change. I think that's really important. And of course, a lot of you probably know this one about from Facebook about challenging times. And one of my other favorites of hurrying up. We're burning daylight. There's time to be wasted. So all right, I'll hand over after that. But yeah, feel free to ping me for questions, and I'm happy to answer more about anything that I've been involved in.
Great. Nathaniel, there's a very straight to the point presentation. I like the fact that it's your company, so you have to be in charge and as well be very persistent. The good thing I gathered from your presentation, it's not really related to only funding, but actually a very holistic approach to staying focused whilst the plans are not going as it should go. Great, thank you once again, Nathaniel. We would take the next presentation from George Olusengu. Please, you can keep your comments and your questions also coming up whilst we listen to George. George, just like Nat Robinson, please just tell us a little about yourself, largely relating to some businesses that you have actually experienced. So Nat, we'll get back to you as we listen to George.
All right.
Good afternoon,
thank you very
George.
much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Nat, for the great, insightful presentation. It brought back a lot of memories, good and bad. At the same time, I'm just happy that I've actually learned from those lessons and I've moved on. But what I'd like to say about myself is basically my background has been predominantly in investment banking. I started in Barclays Capital in London, worked for Citibank, worked in the London Stock Exchange, worked on the NASDAQ, and also worked at Goldman Sachs. So having come into Africa, I was actually opportune to have worked for a major African bank as well, where I actually helped in setting up the investment division of UBA. We actually moved into 18 countries at the time and also acquired licenses in the US and London. So when it comes to investment, I've been on both sides of the fence. So yes, I was sitting on the other side of the table once upon a time when people like myself now, would come in with great investment ideas and would decide whether we could raise money for them or not. But one thing we need to think about now is the kind of people we're actually approaching. So in this fintech space, for instance, if you're going to traditional investors that do not understand your business or how it scales, they're going to be using conventional, but not only valuation methods, but risk metrics and what have you to actually measure your company, which basically they don't have much knowledge of. So like Nat mentioned, you can get a bit flustered when you're reading. I get these pop-ups on my LinkedIn all the time where they say, oh, this company's just raised 100 million and this one's raised 200 million. I think I must be doing something wrong. What's going on here? But, I'm not fazed by any of that. And that only comes with experience and maturity at the same time, not to get fazed or to get discouraged by that kind of news that's coming out. And you're thinking, okay, I'm just starting from scratch and I'm barely raising the seed capital. How do I scale up? So what we've done is basically, I've taken a lot of the advice that Nat actually gave. We've actually gone through, and we've gone through that experience time and time again in different markets. So I'm talking, I'm based between Lagos and the UK, and my other co-founder is also Nigerian, but is based in the UK. He was from the UK, based in the US now, and it was technology that took us, across the world. We also have presence in Nigeria. We have presence in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe now. We've actually got partnerships in. But in terms of what I know now and what I wish I knew when I was starting out, is light and day in terms of what we're going at. But one of the major things I'd like to talk about is the investments and investment opportunities that are available, and investment options that are also available to startups like ourselves. So first and foremost, what is your product? What is your idea? What is your target market? What problem are you solving? And how much research and feedback have you gotten from any of that? So it's okay to do your research and think, oh, I have a great idea. But, yes, it's good to say it's my idea, I'm going to stick with it. But feedback is also very key. If you're getting good feedback, then you can actually alter your innovation and actually tailor it to suit the needs closer to what you originally thought. So if you're taking a generic idea and thinking you're going to take that generic idea across the whole of Africa, 9 times out of 10, you're going to fail. And the reason why is because you did not research that market. So it's not always going to be plug and play anywhere you go with your product, first of all. Then you have to look at your team, your management team. What kind of expertise do you have within your team? The founders, what do they bring to the table? So in my case, I was lucky enough to have 24 years of financial experience from the financial services, investment background, banking, what have you, and capital markets. My co-founder has 28 years in IT. So we're talking, not people that jumped on the bandwagon 5-6 years ago, but people that have come through different generations of maturity when it comes to the industry itself and technology, as well as the adoption of technology. Moving back to the investments available and the investment options, what I'd say is basically you start from friends and family. When you start from your friends and family, they're the biggest critics you're going to have. And at the same time, they can also be your biggest cheerleaders. So it's also very important to say, you know what, these are friends that are going to give me honest opinions. They inform people I respect their opinions. And family members are the most critical at most given times. I've had family members say to me, oh, are you sure this idea is going to work? Blah, blah, blah. You will doubt yourself if you're not confident enough. But if you have the confidence and you said, you know what, I'm going to stick with this because I believe in it and I've seen the market opportunity for it and I've seen the need for it, you will succeed. There are NGO grants out there, which is another option. NGO grants are available. A lot of people do not apply for them. I didn't like the idea of NGO grants, but based on the social impact element of my project, I am talking to NGOs now. I've actually gone in for tenders or what have you, and now they're starting to listen to us because we've actually proven our model and people are looking at it and thinking, yes, this is a quick way to scale and address this problem at hand. Angel investors. If you have a rich uncle, if you have good networks, they could give you the funding. However, when you get money from angel investors, you have to be very strong about your position and the control you will need to maintain within your company, because some of them will come in and try and dictate to you. I've had people even at the seed level come to us, and we sat down with a bunch of investors. I was out in Nairobi I've been out in Nairobi for a while. And basically, we sat down with a group of Asian investors, and the guy was saying, oh, we'll give you money. However, you need to change your business model to this. I'm like, I'm not changing my business model because we've done extensive research. I've got the buy-in I need to buy. I need to validate what we're doing. And I've got the partnerships based on this model. So I'm not going to alter the model and go against my word, on the promises I've made to the partnerships we've signed up. So again, what I'd say in terms of investment is, yes, it's good to want money, it's good to access money, but you also have to be very careful about the sort of money you actually attain. So if you attract bad money, then you're going to have problems in terms of your governance, your management, et cetera, et cetera. Your decision making is going to be distorted in that respect. Then the partnerships are also very key. When we're talking about investments and partnerships, we're not just talking about money sometimes. And the partnerships, especially in this business, we've actually come across partners that we've been introduced to through our networks that have come on board and said, you know what, you're paying XYZ for Amazon Cloud, for instance. We have a cloud service that can serve you just as well at a fraction of that cost. However, we want to partner with you, and this is what we bring to the table. Are you ready to do that? So as a startup, when you're bootstrapping, yes, cost saving is very, very, very important. So if you're trying to look cutting costs, managing your resources when you're bootstrapping and you're self-funding, then yes, you need all the favors you can get. So whether it's publicity you can get, whether it's social media, advertising, et cetera, go for it and make the most of it. Lastly, I'd just like to touch on something we spoke about briefly yesterday, which is crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is, well, traditionally people have been crowdfunding for yonks, but when we're talking about technology, innovation, and startup, especially in the fintech world, people have raised extraordinary amounts of capital using this method. So yes, it's a good method, especially the ones that are regulated. I'd say, look at only the regulated ones so that we don't fall into this Ponzi scheme kind of mentality where people use this herd mentality to go into investments without being properly informed nor properly regulated or protected in any way. So yes, if you are participating in a crowdfunding round, make sure it's a company that's going to be scalable, that's sustainable, and is, has the integrity that you need to actually be able to make an informed decision to invest in this company. Everything else, we need a good prayer. If you're religious, you need a good prayer and you need all the luck in the world. So that's my advice to everybody out there. And that's what every startup needs to know. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you so much. I like the fact that you'd have to, as well, with all, pray for luck, because like you experience, the road leading to building a business is not as rosy and as defined in the textbooks that we know. There'll be a lot of faults, but great presentation. I took the fact that we need to look at our ideas in the specific circumstance. So you don't just bring one idea and think that it will work. We should think about our team, collaborating with people with different diverse backgrounds, because the team must bring something to the table. We must start from somewhere, friends and family, you said, and we should also focus on the partnership, because that's where leveraging will come in. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I would ask if there are comment contribution, please let them come so that we can discuss this further. Thank you, Nat, and thank you, George. Yes, Segun, you nailed it. Thanks for the insight. This is from Tolu David to you, George. Great. Hard things about hard things. Agreed. It's a great book about the roller coaster of building a business. I think I would have to go out and look for this book. Thanks for the recommendation.
Same here.
I have to. So any comment, conversation, a point for our presenters? We don't have any more comments coming up here. So once again, I want to say thank you so much for this presentation, Nat and George. And they are good pieces of advice that will help us to reshape some of our dreams. Sometimes you get out there, you get stung by a dream of building a business, and you get back to your salaried work as well. But we'll go back and pick these lessons and see how it works very well for us. So thanks once again for the presentation, and I'm sure we'll get further information. Major, if you are on, please pick it up from there.
I
Yes, I
thank you,
agree.
everybody. It's been nice having everybody. I mean, I guess everybody is learning. As we were just talking, a news just came in that Paystack Nigeria has been bought over with a 220 million US dollars. That's a huge sum of money, but you know, the point is, why are you in business? I think everybody needs to understand why you're in business. I mean, so I don't know, but one thing that is very key is know the business you are in. I mean, everybody, you all said it all. And do you have a vision or do you have a business? I think there's a difference between the two. Vision never dies. Business can die. Well, I'll leave you. I'll leave everyone at that. Well, the next, thank you all for staying by. Thank you, Mr. Shegun George. To be honest with you, Mr. Shegun George has been with me for the past 3 days, and I so much appreciate that. We did the Financial Inclusion Week Nigeria together with Center for Financial Inclusion, and now today is here. He's been here with us at the Ghana Nigeria Fintech Summit. I really appreciate you for that, sir. And you really know I do. Well, the next topic on the agenda is what does COVID-19 mean for FinTech? We were going to make it a panel discussion, but I think we have the room enough for everybody to talk. And I'll be taking people on spot, so let everybody get ready to talk. What does COVID-19 really mean for FinTech? Is it an enabler? Is it disrupting the system? Or we're not just going to respond to it? Or are we just going to respond to it and our response to it is just going to be ephemeral or superficial or just immediate? What are we looking at? That is the question that we're going to have. So it's going to be an open mic session, really, but we have some people that have been assigned to talk. So I'll give Mr. Tolulope David, I know you're here. You can mute yourself and be the one that will take the first shot of the day. What does COVID-19, the present dispensation that will call the new norm, it means for FinTech to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olu. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I have a couple of points I listed out. I just want to be sure that I still have them here. Just 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, please. Okay, so for me, what does COVID-19 really mean for FinTech? I just have very few points to just note. Is an health crisis which is unprecedented or is unprecedented. It's not something that happened often. I think the one of this magnitude, the last one that happened was in 1918, which is the Spanish influenza. So really, at every point that we have a major crisis, it comes with a lot of disruption, and again, it comes with a lot of opportunities. So I will always want to talk more about the opportunity that this presents, and then how we can really respond to it. So I will just use the next 2 minutes to just reflect on that. Yes, we understand that the magnitude of this, as at yesterday, the death toll was more than 1 million. The people who are infected really is about 38 million. The last major one that happened was about 50 million. So it is really a big thing that is happening. But when we look at it, maybe we can't go really, a lot of us are not born in the last major pandemic. But I can say we all know what happened in 2008, the global financial crisis. Maybe the major tech companies that then evolved after that recession, you know, are the biggest company, and some of the people that led those disruption are the richest today. So what are the opportunities that this present really? If we look at Africa as a whole, we will say the effect of pandemic is not really much in terms of infection and, you know, the death figure. Maybe for Ghana, Nigeria, we will look at it is about 60,000, 47,000 in Ghana. The death toll for the two countries is not even up to 2,000. So what that one presents to us is that we have a continent that is really not so much affected in the way, in the impact of human loss. But again, the new normal affected the whole world entirely. So what are this new opportunity for the last time? It has changed the way we work. I am a CEO of a tech company. And before the pandemic, most of the contract that we have with major banks is tailored towards how we work in a certain way, meaning that all of your engineers, developer, they must show up in the bank. You know, whenever you want to do anything that has to do with either development, support, or trying to fix, do some customization or otherwise. But the pandemic presented us an opportunity. Before that time, when we asked bank, please, can you give us a VPN to the system to do extra work? It is always more or less like a war between us and the bank. But right now, everybody is mostly working from home. Those VPN and additional technology suites or tools to enable that has been deployed, and people are working remotely to support, which is a new thing. So rather than, you know, focusing more on the impact of what this has done to us, I think we need to begin to shift our mindset to change our business model. So if you've been charging, take for instance, your customer a particular amount because you need to show up, now that the pandemic has changed, you know, the way you do business, why don't you also address the cost to reflect and then get more customer if this creates more time because you don't have travel costs, you know, factor into all of that. So what are new ways of doing things? What are new technology to adopt? These are the shifts that have happened in the fintech world. How much or how what's the best way for you to build trust on your platform in this new normal? You know, those are ways that we can all look at. The effect is so significant for somebody like me that at some point we had to be thinking of, is it to ask everybody to go because quite a number of projects were being put on hold? Is it to reduce the salary and all of that? Just like the last speaker said, I think Mark, people who are working for us, their main focus is really about what can I contribute in this space, you know, that is exciting to them. So it's really more or less not about money. So we had to reduce money at some point to say, yes, while we are not getting contracts, all of us must go with this dream together. But in a nutshell, for all of the things that have happened during COVID, the lesson point for us is to take some of those things. And I'm going to talk globally now to round up so that other people can contribute. If you look at the shift in job, before, it used to be all tech job coming from either Indian or China. But I can tell you now, the people who are adversely affected the more is US and India. And when you look at the job domain shift, you will see that a lot is shifting to Africa. And I'm going to tell you frankly, in the industry where I play, people are looking inwardly to say, can we have an alternative in Africa? And these are a huge opportunity that I think fintechs can take. I will stop here so that other people can contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolulope Davids. That was a good one. Welcome, Professor Agawa. What we're doing right now is we're having an open mic session, and what we're discussing is what does COVID-19 really mean for fintech, for players in the industry. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Moses Onitilo. I can see you've actually written down something. If you're still there, do you want to share your thoughts with us?
Yes, I'm still there. So during this pandemic, across Africa and across the world, a lot of governments have struggled. This is something that never happened before, and this is something that no government are prepared for. Apart from the healthcare provision for their citizens and also citizen care, one of the fundamental flaws that we've seen across Africa since we've been traveling with a platform is how do they care for the citizens that are not elite or that are not in the middle class, that can afford the day-to-day provisions, basic needs that you provide for your citizens. So you've seen instances in the UK, US, and Europe where they've provided stimulus packages for healthcare to take care of the people who are sick, packages for people who are out of work, the stimulus package and checks that they've disbursed out to them, which was seamless and disbursed through technological means. All of those you've seen. But when we come to the African continent, it's just been a poor job that the government have done, from my assessment. You can go and look at the stats out there. Whether you go from Tanzania to Kenya, the care for the citizens, which are the fundamental basic healthcare, social funds, and everything, has been very, very lacking. You've seen across Africa, even Nigeria, when governments say, okay, we've disbursed these loans out to people in emergency crisis or funds that they've got from NGOs, even in Kenya and all those countries, those funds never get to the people that it's supposed to get to, really. So there's a lot of hardship that is going on right now, and the government is culpable. Whether we want to believe it or not, they are culpable in taking care of the citizens because of corruption, fraud, and all of that. A lot of these governments have not done what they're supposed to do to take care of their citizens. And majority, if we're saying majority of Africa in the grassroots, which is, we're saying 70% of Africa exists in the grassroots, they've not been taken care of. People are suffering because you don't have the data, because we are looking at all terms of, not a lot of people have caught COVID, not a lot of people have died in Africa. But if you look at the problems this COVID pandemic has cost a lot of people in the grassroots of Africa, it's atrocious, the job that has been done by the government. I don't like lip service. I don't like all of this nonsense, and they are trying to pat themselves on the back. What is the voice of the citizens? The voice of the citizen is atrocious to every government in Africa across board, to the way they've treated their citizens. The goal of government and civil servants is to take care of the citizens, and that's what the West have done better than Africa. I think the first lessons learned is to understand, that part of this pandemic, to translate back. We're talking about fintech, we're talking about money, lending, making money. It's still about making money. What is the social impact? Internet penetration, for example. A lot of these kids, a lot of these parents have kids at home. they don't have internet connection, so they can't really afford to do virtual learning, for example, which is one of the biggest things that some of us that have the access to internet connection penetration. You might think it's a little point, but it impacts all the school children's. That's one of the biggest impact of pandemic on parents around the world. In Africa, if you go into Nairobi, that we were talking for like 6 months, a lot of the kids were on the street. Who can afford virtual learning? Well, the elites, the people who have money, middle class, they can afford to do to connect. They have laptops, even laptops. So if you look at some cases, for example, in the US, if I can give that analogy, whereby a lot of kids were given free laptop, supported by Google, supported by all these technology companies, to give free laptop. Even the ISPs were giving free internet solutions to kids in the grassroots of America. America do have a grassroots to be able to do virtual learning. And then also some of them also provide, some of these kids are so poor that they eat breakfast and lunch in school, So they've been able to provide that as well. So in pandemic, if it said kids should stay at home, where do the breakfast and lunch come from? Which is why, somebody like Marcus Rashford in the UK was able to get an MBE by fighting the UK government to provide that lunch for kids who are from impoverished regions of the economy, to be able to have this lunch, whether they are in school or not. So when you look at it across board, the African government have done a peaceful job of taking care of their citizens. So that's my soap opera.
Thank you. That's a plethora of poems you brought out there. Well, thank you for your contribution. I'm going to take Mr. Kojuk Dogan. I see you're here. What does COVID-19 mean for fintech? Do you want to come up and share your thoughts? Hello? I can see you unmuted your mic, but we can't hear you. Okay, is anybody ready to take the floor while we're getting in? Is any? Okay, I think he's there. Is someone talking? I think he's trying to say something, but we can't hear him. Okay. James Njugi from Kenya. Do you have anything to contribute? Jeremy, I think. Muzanga.
Just a comment.
Okay.
Thank you for this forum. This has been quite insightful.
Who's on the line? Sorry,
this is James.
James Njugi. Okay.
Yes. This has been quite insightful. We've been seeing a lot of activity coming up in this region as far as the impact of COVID, and sorry, can you see me now?
Yeah, you're good.
And the what we can say, especially dealing with the fintech aspect, we've been having a whole lot of pivoting happening since we landed here in Rwanda. We've been 1 year in Rwanda, and we've seen the effect of what COVID has done here with mobile money versus what we have in Kenya. In Kenya, we have a whole lot of fintech and mobile solutions with the super agencies, with M-Pesa and everything. When we're coming into the interior here, we are seeing a lot of that is what is needed. I liked what was being talked about, the literacy programs, educating the people on the ground as far as what is available. So we are seeing a lot of activity happening between Nigeria and Kenya. That's why I was even interested in this forum, is to get to know what's happening in there, because there is going to be a lot of activity coming in to bridge what is happening in Nigeria and what is happening in East Africa. So West Africa and East Africa. So this has been quite informative for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kojo Dogan, can you please come up and share your thoughts? What does COVID-19 mean for FinTech? Mr. Kojo Dogan.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Okay, you're up. I think we can hear you.
What does COVID-19 mean for FinTech? I think one, it means fast tracking what FinTech really has been saying about this well. Let's push the digital agenda. That's actually the key. First is obviously financial inclusion. Now, I think as you said at some point, there is financial inclusion, there's digital financial inclusion, right? And sometimes we get it mixed because financial inclusion is more about making the services available, right? But obviously, digital doesn't have that whole process and feasibility. So, what does COVID mean? It means that one, what FinTech has been saying all along about going digital, about the whole digital transformation discussion is real. It is happening. The sooner as many people, especially the formal sector, get some better, because at the end of the day, it's not really about the real economy, it's not really about the formal sector, it's also the informal. And we need to make sure that that segment of society is also captured. Because then if you leave anybody behind, then your economy is not real. It's not reflecting it's not a true reflection of what's happening in your economy. So what does it mean? Yes, it's an opportunity. It's time for recognition, and it's time for partnership between FinTech and the legacy environment, which includes the formal financial service providers, the regulators. I think a few examples have been given here about when COVID first started and there was lockdown, and regulators sort of eased the situation in terms of transaction volumes and value and taking off fees. Those are scenarios where people are not capable. That's much easier or simpler and faster. Somebody has to do the last phase of the entire journey for any type of digital system agenda that the regulators need to implement. So yeah, that's really what we need there. And there's space for everybody. Once you can find your niche, there's a whole lot of areas one can do: pensions, elected, lending, credit, savings, investments. There's a whole lot. So I think the important thing find your niche where you are good at. Definitely work with other people to collaborate. Let's create a bigger pie, bigger market. I think also we just got some good news about the Stripe acquiring Paystack. That's an example. The world is small by getting digital. So now basically, if through Paystack you can sort of onboard a merchant in the markets they play in, and no more limited to just Nigeria. So yes, the market is getting smaller. These are all opportunities we should recognize and jump on board. There's really no limit to
Thank you. Your voice wasn't too good on my end, but I hope others could hear very well. Yes, okay, that's that. I'm going to allow Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya to talk, but before he talks, I really want to create a stir right now. I don't want to be on the supporting side. Maybe we'll get to this after him, but let me throw it out now. Does Fintech really support the development and social welfare of our people? I think we'll come to that after Mr. Oluwaseun speaks about what does COVID-19 mean for Fintech. Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya, over to you.
Okay, once again, good afternoon. And I think COVID has really been a blessing in disguise for those who can see the blessing in it. Much more of the positive than the negative. Of course, the negative we all know, it's pandemic and the rest. But for businesses and Fintech especially, it has become more of opportunities. Like so, the first thing that we realized is that it has actually helped operational efficiency. Like those who have spoken before me, now people then need to work from home. It's so shocking that as at February, in my organization, we actually adopted work from home policy even before COVID. And now I'm thinking probably my CEO saw the future. So it was something that we foresaw to say, okay, what could be of benefit to the organization? And of course, it has really helped operational efficiency. Now, organizations are no longer people-driven, but performance-driven. Performance in terms of you are now being monitored in terms of the KPIs and things that you've agreed to deliver at a certain time, no longer just coming around and nobody knows what you are doing. So operational efficiency has been of benefit. The second thing is, of course, it has actually helped to enhance digital financial services. At the beginning of the COVID, you realize a lot of people were queuing in front of banks. And the question we were asking, why? Of course, the answer was majority of those people are people who never thought of a situation like this that we make them to use of an ATM card or make them to use of any digital platform. So everybody now started looking at how they can quickly come on board as soon as possible. The other thing is, of course, it has also enhanced distribution channels. Now, a lot of people are now layering their products and services on digital. And I'm sure for everyone who have probably speak about what they are doing in their various organizations, they are talking about how they are leveraging technology to add value to consumer. Beyond that, of course, there are other value-added services, and it has also given room for collaboration. Collaboration in terms of people like System Specs who have an infrastructure that is connected to all the banks, microfinance institutions, and mobile money platforms. People who now have services to render are now finding it easy to quickly come and collaborate and have a connection with System Specs infrastructure so that they can deliver end-to-end solution to their consumer. Beyond that, of course, it has also led to emerging opportunities in lending, which almost everybody has spoken to. It has given room for lending, and lending is because COVID has, of course, created some negative side, which is the aspect of people losing their job, which is the aspect of people trying to see how they can meet up with their consumption level. So as a result, it has created a window for people looking for every opportunity to get money, either as lend, as credit, or any other thing, as grants, so that they can also meet their obligation. So beyond lending, it has also become opportunity for lottery business. And that's something that I've not had anybody speak to, but believe you me, that is a big opportunity. So much big opportunity that the transaction value, transaction count, and the way people, especially the young generation, has embraced lottery, it's a big virgin for digital services to quickly find a way of embracing. And of course, the other thing, the likes of logistics companies are now coming up big. So it has created more of opportunity. that everybody needs to find a way of aligning with as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwaseun. Is Jeremy going to talk on this? What does COVID-19 mean for business, looking at the perspective of your organization? Jeremy Kwano of Jumo, Ghana. Hello, Jeremy. Okay, I'll pass Jeremy. Is anyone ready to talk on this? Okay, let's go back to my earlier point. Fintech, COVID-19, and social welfare. Is there a meeting point, or what you are just interested in is getting them, getting the money, getting their services? Mr. Moses Onitilo, you spoke about it, so I'm going to put you on spot again on this one. Hello, are you there? Mr. Oluwaseun Adesanya, okay, you can pick it up while I'm trying to get Mr.
Okay, so yesterday I mentioned 3 aspects of demand, which are the things that these people, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid, are asking for. And I also mentioned the 3 aspects of the supply. And like I said yesterday, there is a need to have all these factors together. In economics, we call it equilibrium. So there is a need for an equilibrium. And that is what one of some of the institutions in Nigeria are trying to do, especially to those at the bottom of the pyramid, how they can leverage technology to create social value and impact people positively beyond just after their deposit, beyond just after how much can I make from a customer. Those are the things that every stakeholder needs to also look at. One of the service provider is on this call, and what they are doing, especially across the market in Nigeria, is to see how they can have a bundled services that include insurance, pension, HMO, and also lending for the market people in Nigeria. And when I heard about that model, it was quite interesting to me because I realized that these people, they are not just after deposits. They are not just after earnings or becoming the biggest financial muscle, but rather they are after meeting the needs of the common man. And I think those are the things we need to look at. And that's where collaboration plays. That's where a partnership plays. That's where we then need to see how things can be developed more or less in addressing the need of the market. Because once you meet the need of the market, definitely you will end up to achieve your own objective. However, the need of the market is quite critical. So those are the things that we need to look at. I think there is a convergence now, convergence of technology, social providers, and financial services coming together. And the more we look at that model, the more we see how we can enhance that model, entrench that model rather, the more we see much impact happen at the bottom of the pyramid.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moses Onitilo is back here. Question is, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, the question is, we're looking at fintech, COVID-19, and social welfare. Is fintech really affecting the social welfare of the people?
Absolutely. The fintechs, all the fintechs across Africa have a huge impact and a role to play in citizen care, social welfare as well. So, from like I said in my previous analogies about government, a lot of NGOs have actually approached us. We also talking to UNCDF, World Food Program, about using our platform to be able to reach the people in the grassroots, whether to provide funds for them, also to be able to understand the their problems through onboarding their KYC, to be able to provide things like seed for farmers, pesticides, and all of that. So the social impact in terms of social welfare is huge, especially for women who makes 80% of that demographic in the grassroots, for them to be socially cared for. We also partner with a women NGO in Kenya, for example, which disbursed out or sell reusable sanitary pads, for example, for girls and women who are, during this COVID period, who are going through menstrual cycles and all of that, but they can't afford those sanitary pads. So we partner with them to be able to you onboard some of these clients in the grassroots. So just the basic things, the social impact, just the basic things that people need. What's so annoying for me is that demographic is serviced, is full of women, and the callous attitude of government, the callous attitude of a lot of these financial institutions towards women, it's disheartening to us, which is one of the main costs that we used to decide in when we started our journey with building Jamboro. So there is commercial aspect. People will always make money, but what about the social impact? What about the displacement and empowerment of women? This whole fintech space is dominated by men, and you're servicing women, understanding the broad problems that women go through in terms of their SMA problems, their social problems, taking care of their kids. So also in East Africa, you have that mentality of men owning everything. So a lot of these women, when they get displaced, they don't have, they either remain homeless or they move back to their family house. So there are women who are actually saving, buying land, to build houses for themselves. So a lot of things is wrong. So the social impact of that on the welfare, for me, it's more or less the welfare of the young people and the welfare of women in our African, sub-Saharan Africa itself that we're trying to address, and what the fintech should be trying to address as well, rather than just making money. So, rather than just talking about payment solutions to people who can't even read and write, and who the adoption rate for technology in Africa is very low. You can build all these bells and whistles and all of that. If they're not using it, how does that impact their life? So, somebody said yesterday, a woman that wants to borrow money, maybe 5,000 naira, now the banks are saying, oh, go give me your passport, go give me driving license, before they bribe and do all of this thing. The amount of money that is going to be used to acquire a license, to acquire a passport, is way more than the money they're trying to borrow. So, how are you helping people in the grassroots? How are you empowering them? So those are kind of how our fintechs can actually have a social impact on the welfare people in the grassroots. For me, anyways.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kojo Dogan, over to you.
Yes, so I think Moses touched on a bit of what I was going to say as well. And especially when it comes to social welfare, fintech, especially in this era. So again, there's an opportunity for the various fintech spheres to converge, because there's data as to who needs the welfare assistance. Before COVID, there was humanitarian assistance by the NGOs, right, the likes of UN and so on. And so now, where you have various elements, as in data, analytics, identity, agri-tech, again, fintech comes in handy here as to even providing weather details, the type of seeds and plants that can grow within certain areas, information on pricing pricing of the supply, pricing of the produce, as well as even those who need assistance in terms of even natural disasters. I mean, because before COVID, some natural disasters had happened, whether it was a rainstorm or flooding and so on. And again, buttressed by the fact that COVID has reduced or minimized movement of people, you need to get, one, information across. You need to get the quote-unquote financial support across, either way, both for recipients and from recipients. So what's Fintech providing? It's providing the one, information channel. Two, is providing the financial channel, and not just payments. So yes, in terms of even humanitarian assistance programs, it's very key. And again, I mean, we can mention here or highlight the role of USSD, especially for those at the bottom of the pyramid or at the cusp level, where smartphones may not be a huge feature there, or even when they do have smartphones, there's still an issue with infrastructure and network. So there is no 4G coverage in some areas. You have 2G, for example. But that's where the likes of USSD come in. Even on a 1G network, you are still able to interact. There's still interaction between the recipients, the person who needs that social assistance, and the donor agency, be it from a governmental level or from a district level or a non-profit level, to interact, as I said earlier, in terms of information gathering and information sending, and also the financial assistance, so that people know where some of these assistance is needed, how to get it direct, and again definitely to reduce the human contact and interaction. One, because of yes, COVID. Two, because of obviously the human element in terms of corruption that we can avoid. If somebody has to, like I said, get a passport before getting assistance or some ID, now it's available on phone, basically on a device. So this is where, again, the opportunity exists for those in the identity, those providing identity platforms can improve on their services to provide that KYC element in people getting their data onboarded. Obviously within the restrictions of data protection, but once they meet the criteria, then that information is available for them to receive both service and value.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kojo. Thank you for the insights you brought into what we're talking about. Is there anybody ready to say anything on this before I ask the next set of questions? Okay, looking at what is happening right now, COVID-19, the new norm. What do we see as the future of financial services, fintech, and social welfare? Mr. Olusegun George, I'm going to put you on the spot right now.
Okay, I'm here. All right. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to everybody that's contributed this afternoon. It's been extremely educational and informative. In terms of what we're looking at in terms of the future is huge opportunity that we identified here today. Like I said, not just in the business space, but in all fragments of life. I was listening to a presentation the other day, a conference I was actually attending, and a lady spoke, and she asked a common question, and it happened to be a live audience, and she said something about how many people in that room at that given time were fintech companies. And only about 20% of the people in the audience raised their arm. This woman came back and said, think about this today. And 5 years from now, if I ask this same question, about 80% of people in this room will raise their arms, because everybody will emerge and evolve into a fintech company by default. Let's look around the world and look at examples. Apple, they came about as a tech company. Then they went into phones. Now they're in virtually everything. Now Apple can offer you a credit card. They can offer you financial services. Whoever thought about that? Facebook. Facebook even went as far as not just offering you services and being able to do transactions on a social banking level. They went as far as talking about creating their own currency, digital currency. And do you know what that kind of impact could have on the world? We're talking about over 2.5 billion users of Facebook. If they adopted that currency, their fiat currencies could actually virtually crumble overnight. And that's why the US government was so concerned about such technology evolving. Let's take Asia, for example. Alibaba, one of the biggest companies in the world. Alibaba started out as an advertising platform. Then they emerged into e-commerce. From e-commerce, they got logistics, they got payments. Now they're a fully fledged financial services company, one of the biggest in the world, bigger than every bank that's been in existence for over 100 years. In China alone, they amassed 520 million members. Now they've gone into 9 other countries. They have over 1.3 billion customers on their books right now. That's a company that started off as an advertising company, has now emerged into a financial giant. By the time they're going to IPO, that IPO is probably going to be the biggest, Ant Financial, it's called. It's going to be one of the biggest in the world, bigger than Aramco, which is an oil and gas company. So the future of fintech is huge. So everybody that's embarked on this journey, everybody that's a contributor today, stay on this path. The future is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay on this journey. The future is yours. That's quite encouraging. What questions? Anybody who still wants to respond? Abdulaziz, do you want to respond to what we have on ground? Okay, I think it's Aziz Hussein, that's the CEO of our PayChange. Do you want to say anything about fintech and COVID-19? What does it mean for your organization? How has it been for you?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Aziz Hussein, and I'm the founder and CEO of PayChange. So PayChange is a digital financial service. We're a mobile payment system. At our core, we try to enable seamless payments between merchants and customers. Our core focus at the moment is get payments below 5,000 naira. So we are actually looking at lifting the bottom of the pyramid from the current level of instability. Because if you are someone that is here, you understand the fact that when you try to transact into money, you're always having that problem of taking payments. You're always having that problem of cash alternative, And many of these, small businesses don't accept POS as an alternative. And even with that, the cost of acquiring the POS is not as cheap as everyone can have access to. So what we've done is that we've built a decentralized platform that connects users using their smartphone, both Android and iOS users, to their existing bank account. So basically, we are like the middleman. We sign up with your phone number, create your PIN, and you have a wallet. The wallet, then you can connect it to your bank account, And from that wallet, you can either top up your wallet and make payments to various bank accounts. You can, you make bills payments. You can do transfer. You can do transfer to all bank accounts. You can even do transfer to your own personal bank account, which is withdrawing the money. So what we've discovered from our 7,000 users is the fact that Nigerians are actually open to
I think we love you.
it's very, very important that you are able to convince your users because this is their money we are talking about here. I'm not sure anybody built around. So that trust gap has been a major factor in terms of how do you get these first time users to trust your platform and transact on it. So with approach that we actually have a digital financial service that is quite new to the industry, but that's been very, very resourceful. So basically, the service is called the microservice, as I'll call it. It's called giveaway. So on Paychange for now, you can actually generate certain amount of money and target certain amount of reach. So the best example I can use for now is that you can actually say you have 200 naira and you want to share to 1,000 people, which generates a code or an image for you. So with that image, you can actually share it out to Nigerians, and once they input that code or scan the image, they get the amount of money that you distributed. We've made that more, should I say, more like best was to use more inclusive in a way that we've incubated it with the merchant platform. So at the moment, the merchant can actually create a giveaway, let's say 100 naira giveaway, and distribute it to 200 people. The core part of that giveaway is that you can only redeem it with the merchant, at the merchant physical store. So that way you indirectly carried out the transaction when you try to redeem the code and it asks you to scan the merchant QR code. You have to now scan that QR code and indirectly the money goes back to the merchant. It's like a boomerang effect. So what we are trying to do right now is to justify that one man's spend is another man's income, and we can actually drive stability at the bottom of the pyramid first. Let's focus on that little money transacting, the small. A lot of people have said a lot of things about the small scale business, but servicing them, so you have to focus on the cost of delivering this service, and you have to look at certain factors that limit you without ignoring the fact that the lowest hanging fruits are the people that already have these smartphones, and if you can provide services to them both on Android and iOS, like Nigerians are open to innovation. And with regards to COVID, generally COVID has been a tough ride for everyone, irrespective of where you find yourself in the world. We've all had the pandemic disrupt business as usual, and we still don't we haven't seen the end of it. We are still in the COVID period. So far, I think from this part of the world, we can't really talk about relief and palliative. However, we've already been able to build innovation towards that angle. At least now we can beat our chest and say that if we have to share 30 million, we have a platform that can do that. And it might look little, but that itself means that we are actually handling our problems locally. We are not looking at international. We're not waiting for international service providers or solutions platform providers to come and help us tackle our problems. And I think that's a big leap for us, because now we can say that if we need to share certain amount, which we're already in conversation with certain governments on how we can distribute palliatives to certain regions in the country without making sure that we are giving just to one person. Only the problem of distributive justice is that one person can collect for 500 people, and the same thing is what we are trying to solve here in terms of ensuring that only one person gets what is allocated for that person. So the future is still very, very, spicy. Still skeptical because there are a lot of burdens in the road. There's regulatory orders. There's instability, general instability in the country. And well, all in all, we're optimistic that with what we have and with the mindset of Nigerians generally, Fintech Association has been of great help. The both players in the industry have been open to discussing with both fintech players, with all fintech players. So we are all learning and hoping that in the future we'll be able to drive stability, we'll be able to drive productivity, and most especially, we'll be able to drive distributive justice to like combat the gap of inequality. And, I think that's all that I can say for now. And I've learned a lot from last from yesterday to today. There's been a lot of lessons learned, and I think that's the most important take out from seminars and events like this. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Something just came in. Governments in Africa, fintech. Over this period of COVID, we've heard a lot about. Am I on? Can people hear me? We've heard a lot about the palliatives. To a very great surprise, one of the presenters we had on one of our forums said that people still go out to queue for funds, or they still have to go to banks to collect palliatives, and we can't really trace the number of people that actually got palliatives. And the question to me is, wasn't this a ripe period for both fintech organizations and the government of various African countries to connect and collaborate on how we can actually improve the social welfare of our people? That's a question I'm going to throw on the floor. I don't know if anybody wants to pick that up.
Thank you. I think I might pick that one up myself. Yes, so one of the things we looked at in Nigeria, for instance, was creating what we call e-government. So if you have that e-government, it means everything from your parastatals to your state governments to your local governments is all on some kind of database and is automated to an extent. One of the examples I'll give is somewhere like Dubai, for instance. Dubai have put their land registry on blockchain. So you can't just change titles, and if as and when you do change titles, it's very effective, very efficient, and is recorded. And there's an audit trail of everything that goes on, and that's how the blockchain technology works. When it comes to Nigeria, for instance, so they've done the first step, which is creating the TSA, so that you eliminate the corruption and fraud that was going on in terms of creating ghost workers and what have you. All that was eliminated, but we need to take it further down. Like I said, let's take the National Youth Service Corps, for instance, NYSC in Nigeria. There's something they call a monthly allowance, alawi, if you're familiar with the term. There's something they call monthly. How is it dispersed? It's actually dispersed in cash. I've been to those camps before, in my banking days, and we sat there with bags of boxes of cash, and we're giving out cash. Do you know how risky that could be, and how inefficient and corrupt and tempting that could be for anybody with a corrupt mind? So things like NYSC, national service, national ID can all be connected with technology, and you can have modern day disbursement methods of actually dispersing these funds, where they go into a wallet, like the last speaker rightly said, and that wallet can now be used for purchases, or you could actually move it into your bank account via that wallet system. So yes, the government do need to actually embark on this fintech journey as well. It's not just for payments, it could be for a number of things, including utilities, your payment of your levies, tax collection, etc., etc. There are a whole heap of different financial services that could benefit, and government initiatives that could actually drive this innovation and collaborations that need to happen. Thank you.
I'm still going to take you on that. The impact of. Hello, is somebody saying adding? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is yeah, just to add to what George just said, I think at the moment, as we speak right now, you can actually go to either your Play Store or iOS store. You can download our app, PayChange app. You can actually set like a budget. Let's say the government is taking a 500 naira. You can choose that you want to distribute it to 100, 1,000, 10,000 people. You can actually get like a code, and that code, once the government said, okay, this is the code you're supposed to enter, they can see the reach immediately, like real time, actually on their own on the mobile app. They can actually see how far it's going, and they can even convert it into productivity, like level. Like I said, you tell these people that when you get to this particular place and you do X, Y, Z, you scan this and you get this money in your wallet. So I think the solution is already there, it's available, but it's now time for the government, because the gap here we are trying to cover, it's not just the gap of this thing being done, it's also the willingness of the top people, like the leaders of people that are actually controlling this fund to do it. And like I feel it's time that we have to put a lot of things aside in terms of ego, in terms of greed, and we need to really get this gap covered, do the real work. And I agree totally with what George said earlier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz Hussein. We're going to be having a presentation by Efina on Nigerian fintech landscape, but I still have a question to throw to the floor. I don't know if anybody will be able to answer that before we have Efina. Fintech, digital economy, that's one aspect of my question. How far have we gone? And the second aspect is this. I might be somehow not right, but I'd like someone to put me on the right path. I think we're still very, very much concerned about the urban areas, because I've tried to do a sketch, a mapping of where we have most fintech opportunities, organizations are actually working. And I found out that the local areas are still very, very, very much reached. And what can we do about this? Because I mean, I still have my aunties, my cousins in the village that even to send money to them, they will tell you, please give somebody cash that will give them cash. And yet we still hear all these people talking about billions of naira being invested in fintech, making millions, but nothing is, I mean, we can't really see for me, I don't know, maybe when we throw the floor open, we don't really have the impact in the local economy. What's our take on this? I don't know if Professor Agawa is still there. Maybe you can share with us the India perspective on this. But if anybody's on the floor from Nigeria or Ghana or Kenya or Tanzania who wants to
I can throw some more light on that.
Okay,
I can answer your second question about the impact.
Okay, thank you.
I made an example earlier on about Somalians sending money home. A lot of Nigerians also send money home as well. How does that money actually get to the people? They use various disbursement like Western Union, Gold Leaf, and all of these places as well. But when you want to address the grassroots, you have to go there. You have to go there. It's one of the main things that I always say. Why design? Technology is technology. You can design anything for any technology to do anything you want. But do you really understand what's going on in the grassroots? Have you really sat with these people and do your research? A gentleman said yesterday that before they could build their technology, they went through 200 markets in the grassroots, really in Nigeria. We did the same thing. Do you really understand the pain points of all these people? What's useful to them day to day before you start building a solution? So the impact of fintech is really huge in terms of providing leading-edge technologies, but really, you can provide technologies to all these people and just be there dumb and doing nothing. It's like buying a software and you just put it on the shelf, but you've not really defined the objective of why you're using that solution. You've not really set the parameters for the vision of where these people, you want to take them the next 5 to 10 years. So understanding and sitting, very simple. Just go and sit with those ladies, sit with the market people, sit with farmers, gather the information you need, to be able to enable them. And governments know what the problem is. The regulators know what the problem is. The banks know what the problem is, but nobody is really willing to financially, this is a financial inclusion summit, right? So who's really empowering and enabling these people, you know? So we can talk about technology all we want. If we don't do the groundwork of actually understanding, you know, the social impact on the life of these demographic, with really majority of us are the product, actually product of so-called grassroots women and men, because our parents were there before, before they moved away from the bottom of the primary pyramid to the middle class or wherever they moved to. They were there before. Do we really sit down and understand that the social impact that it has on those people before we start building technology to solve the problem? So, you know, that's one of the most fundamental problem that we're facing in the fintech world. So, and the way we've addressed it is actually really go down to the meetings and sit down and say, okay, let's take it from whatever we know about grassroots, wherever we know about technology. We're not even bringing technology. We just want to understand the social issues, you know, that technology can solve. You know, look at the adaptability of these technologies, how easy the user experience will be, how easy will it be to financially train, do financial literacy, and also train these people on the technology as well. Well, you know, all of that is education is very, very important in that respect. Does that make sense?
You very, very well. Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you. Thank you. On a final note on this session, Mr. Tolulo David, are you still here? Mr. Tolulo Davis, the CEO of Instig, I can still see you. Okay, I think he's not right there. Okay, before we go to the next session, I just have a couple of videos to play. Then we'll go straight into the next session. Give me 1 second to get this up.
Hi, my name is Faith Adesemo from Social Lender. I'd like to
Can you see my video?
in Africa and how our solution, especially the social reputation score, is solving this problem and impacting the rest of the world.
Have to share your screen.
Okay, 1 second. I thought I did already, but please permit me to juggle with the technology. 1 second. One second.
Hi, my name is Adesemo from Social Lender. I'd like to tell you about a problem that exists in Africa and how our solution, especially the social reputation score, is solving this problem and impacting the rest of the world. Over 50% adult Africans lack access to formal credit. What seems to be the problem here? Trust. The financial institutions have no way of trusting these people. There is no way to ascertain their willingness and ability to repay their loans. The traditional credit score is broken. This is the problem Social Lender was birthed to solve. We realize that people are connected in myriad of ways: online, social media, and mobile. Leave behind a digital fingerprint. Even offline connections can be digitized. All of this feeds into the social reputation score, which is the main asset. The social reputation score takes a look at people's engagements, their connections, their network to form the asset.
Financial institutions can now extend formal credit and other financial services to the underbanked and the unbanked, basically people at the bottom of the pyramid. For us, it's exciting that we're in 2 countries, 6 financial partners. In Nigeria, our solution is being used as an end-to-end lending platform. Also, in South Africa, with partnership with Absa Bank, formerly Barclays Africa, our API is currently being made available for the Absa API marketplace, which will enable us expand or scale to 6 countries in Africa. Beyond lending in Africa, the social reputation score can be used to solve some of the challenges around KYC, which is know your customers, around pensions, around insurance, and some challenges that migrants have and students who find themselves in new societies.
We have been able to adapt our technology to work for different channels. Our solution is useful for every level of the economic pyramid. Not everybody actually have access to smartphones, and not everybody have internet. It's because of that that we also have channels of USSD and SMS for the bottom of the pyramid, for these people that do not have internet. The unbanked and underbanked don't just need access to our technology. They need financial literacy to be fully financially included. This is why Social Lender has embarked on creating a network of offline ambassadors and agents and local guides who are able to teach these people digital financial literacy curriculum that we have developed. These people are able to be educated where they need to be educated using the language that they understand. Our solution uses multiple data points. We make use of data sciences. We do not use any data without the explicit permission of the end user.
We're excited about our journey so far, and we look forward to doing much more.
Thank you very much, everyone. Without further delay, I want to welcome the Elfina team. They're joining us today. They will be presenting what they have for us. Ms. Nora Igwe, you're welcome. You can introduce yourself and the team. Ms. Faith Adeshemo, it's nice to have you back here again. Now over to you, Nora.
Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Nora. I work with Efina, the innovation team at Efina. And sorry, just hold on a bit. I'm trying to get the presentation up. I work with Efina, and Efina is an acronym for Access. We are a financial sector deepening organization funded by the UK Aid. So today I'll be giving a short presentation on a study that we conducted earlier in the year to basically assess the fintech landscape in Nigeria. After the presentation, we'll be having 2 of our beneficiaries of our Fintech Challenge Fund. We'll have them speak and share their fintech journey and any lessons they've learned along the journey. Yeah. So going right into the presentation, of the Nigerian fintech landscape. From this study, we found out that the fintech ecosystem is growing really fast. It's been a lot, and they play actor. Also, in terms of funding, we found out that they've been able to raise in the last 3 years a little over $500 million. So while there's been a lot of increased fintech activity in Nigeria in the past year, we see that the economic impact has been quite low. So for instance, fintech revenue accounted for just about 1% of total retail banking revenue that's recorded. There's still a lot of potentials for growth in the fintech landscape. Also, I'd like to mention that there's a lot of activities, a lot of actions that that can, spur growth in the fintech landscape, but we've selected 5 which we want to highlight. And we think that this 5, if effected, will definitely bring a huge maximum change, right, in the ecosystem. And these 5 are building a regulatory framework that will support innovation, creating a pool for digital identity, developing central credit infrastructure, accelerating digital infrastructure, and growing the talent pipeline. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, the Nigerian fintech market is a fast-growing one. There's been a lot of development, there's been a lot of change, and then we see that the traditional banks, in response to this change, they are now somewhat reinventing themselves to now pose as fintechs as well. We also see that foreign banked fintechs are coming into Africa and are using Nigeria as an entry point. And in the same vein, Nigerian fintechs that have established their businesses and are doing so well are now. On the other hand, on the regulator side, we see that the regulator is actively pushing a digital agenda. So there have been a lot of initiatives that have been launched. For example, we have the implementation of the cashless policy, which is now a nationwide. This has been implemented nationwide, and we have a recent reduction in electronic payment charges. We also have the issuance of the PSB guidelines, and obviously the licenses now to 3 institutions. So from our study, we found out that Nigerian fintechs are primarily focused on payments and consumer lending, right, across segments. And that's because on the lending side, there's been a large unmet demand for credit. So the fintechs have been able to develop products that speak to this demand. Also, we see there's a reduced barrier to entry. So with a state money lender license, fintechs can easily roll. And on the payment side, we found that obviously payment is a very, very fundamental financial service, and fintechs are actively involved in that space. And also, it's easier for them to collaborate or partner with a licensed financial service in that line. However, we noticed that there's still some gaps. So when it comes to MSME lending, when it comes to insurance, we see the fintech are not in that space yet. So on this slide now, we see that the incumbent, so the current financial service providers, the traditional, meeting the needs of, the affluent group and the middle class, neglecting the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So this is a huge opportunity basically for the fintech, right? So people at the bottom of the pyramid, the mass market, they haven't had products that specifically meet their needs. So this is just basically saying fintechs can go ahead and develop products from people at the bottom of the pyramid, right? This is a market that's willing to embrace these products if they exist. Fintech, we found out that that's quite low. Fintechs that have been founded or co-founded by women, we found out that that number is very low. Also, in terms of fintech funding, only 2 companies with over $1 million in the last 2 years. And on the adoption side, we see that men use these products more than women, right? And that could be because of the fact that the products that are available are not designed to specifically meet the needs of women. So this is something fintechs need to look out for. Basically designed to meet the needs of women. To the levels through which we've seen fintechs drive financial inclusion. And the first, now the fintechs have come on board. We see increased access, right, to savings products, financial products, and the likes. Also, in terms of pricing, with the fintechs on board, we've noticed that financial products are now appropriately priced. So so used as far fees, they offer cheaper rates, and sometimes we see that sometimes they totally waive all these costs, and this has helped to attract customers to come on board. Then in terms of product design and innovation, we see fintechs coming out with innovative needs of people, and it's easier to have this. The products are designed in such a way that it's attractive. So it's attractive to the on board. We have fintechs who have been able to roll out products, so it's easier for these people, the low aids with these new innovative products. And also in terms of education, we've noticed that from the study, we noticed that fintechs have been able to, while selling their products, they engage in some form of financial literacy, consumer education, trying to take the benefits of financial services for them to, take up these financial services. Okay, so finally, like I mentioned earlier in my first slide, 5 key imperatives that we believe will take the Nigerian fintech ecosystem to the next level. The first is an innovative regulatory environment. So we need regulations that foster innovation. We need a regulatory sandbox that would allow fintechs to easily, test their ideas within a controlled environment, and obviously having the regulators watching them. And we're also looking at setting up, or we're also hoping to have, a help desk or an innovation office set up within the regulator office, and that would help, fintechs to easily navigate regulations and address any queries that may arise as regards regulation. The second is digital ID. So in Nigeria, there are various digital IDs into one basic central database. So we want to see an acceleration of the harmonization of these IDs, and also we want infrastructure for enrollment, right? So most of the people that have these digital IDs are located in the enrollment infrastructure, especially to those in the rural areas, so that they can enroll for any digital ID easily, And in Nigeria, we already have credit bureaus. Or to comply with reporting, so that will help people build their. And the fourth one is digital infrastructure. So we want to see a deployment of digital infrastructure all over Nigeria, such that would help lower the price or the price of accessing this digital financial services, right? We want to see smartphones, the cost of smartphones come down so that people can have, so that there will be like a proliferation of, smartphones, and people can easily access the digital services that come up. Also, we want to see cost of data come down. And then the last one is on the talent pipeline. So, and that would be, we want to have, a lot of programs, so developer training programs, accelerator programs that will help build talent, teach the skill that is needed to drive and to develop innovative products that will speak to the mass market. So in conclusion, basically, EFINA is calling on the key stakeholders who have a role to play in effecting these 5 key imperatives to please take on the mantle and run with it, so that we can have the fintech ecosystem that we so desire, and this will help the fintech system harness the potentials that lies within. Thank you very much for listening. So I'll call on Faith. I see Faith. She's her organization is one of the beneficiaries of our FinTech Challenge Fund. Hello, Faith.
Can you stop your screen?
Okay, let me stop sharing.
Is Faith still here?
Please, can you unmute yourself, Faith?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Faith.
It's good to be back again.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Right. Okay, I think I'm going to share my screen. So, Nara, it's just me right now, or are we expecting one more person? Discussion.
We're expecting one more person.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so I want to just talk a little bit about Social Lender and our journey so far. It's been a very interesting ride, and I'd like to use this opportunity to thank EFINA for the support. It was pretty amazing news to be a part of the winners of the challenge, and I'm hoping that we didn't disappoint you, over the course of the grant. It came in very handy. It helped us to establish a network that we had been looking to do, and we're pretty excited about the progress so far. So I'm just going to take a little bit about the journey so far and what we've been able to do at Social Lender. I'm keeping this very brief. How many minutes do I have, please?
5 minutes.
Fantastic. So are my slides being shared right now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So basically what Social Lender is about is just financial services based on social reputation. I'm sure the question here is, what is your social reputation? Is there something I can do to improve my social reputation? And what does social reputation actually mean? So basically it's just your network, it's an individual's presence, an individual's friendships, and individual's relationships that have been digitized into an asset. This asset is what we call the social reputation score. Using the social reputation score, we can achieve quite a lot of things. What we've used the social reputation score to do so far is give people access to financial services. At the very heart of what we do at Social Lender is financial inclusion for the unbanked and the underbanked. It's the very core of what our services are geared towards, and we're very happy about the progress we've made. We know that there's a lot of progress to be made. We know there's a lot of work to be done, but so far what we use the social reputation score to do is to give access to quick credit, is to assess trustworthiness everywhere that it can be assessed. The market opportunity is pretty huge. In Nigeria alone, we have over 60% of the adult Africans that lack access to formal financial services. And in Africa, this number is pretty huge. The target demography is about 18 to 40 years of age. Individuals who have very little to offer the formal financial institutions by way of collateral. It's pretty expensive to serve this demography. And what we have done is we've built a solution that helps access between these end users and the financial institutions. Our solution is geared towards being able to access different markets, several markets in Africa and across the world. One of the things I like to mention here is a very sweet spot in the infrastructure, and that's the social guarantor and the social referee features. What the social guarantor and social referee features do is, Nora is my friend here. I believe Olu is my friend here. If, for instance, I wanted to be able to get access to social lender services, I could maybe download the application or go to the web interface, and an audit is done back end on me. What happens here is that if I was trying to get, say, $10, I'm going to use $10 here, or maybe say 5,000 Naira from Sterling Bank, one of our partners, I could have an audit done on me already, and I get a score of, say, 20. But with a score of 20, I might not be able to access credit from Sterling Bank. Maybe 30% will be more like it. The social reputation score here, I must mention, is a score between 0 to 100. And so with a score of 20, what do? I could actually bring Nora onto the platform, or Olu onto the platform, or Abdulaziz onto the platform as my friends, to say, you know what, I'm trying to get 5,000 Naira from Sterling Bank. Are you going to be able to stand as my social guarantor or social referee? Don't forget, this is just 5,000 Naira. I'm pretty sure Olu will say, well, Faith can afford 5,000 Naira. And if she doesn't want to pay back 5,000 Naira, at the end of the 10 or whatever loan she's trying to take, I can pay back 2,500. And so what we've done here is we've created that network on the platform. We've digitized the interactions of that individual, and we're using that as a collateral, the social collateral for that individual to be able to get access to, services. The interfaces that we have present are very exciting for us. We have like a major category of end users. We have the offline end users. I think I mentioned that early in the morning. We have the online end users. The online end users are people who have access to internet and have access to smartphones, and they can, go to the web interfaces or download our application. But then there's another category of individuals that we're very interested in, and those will be the offline individuals. These offline individuals can now access the platform using SMS and USSD. And we think that that's super exciting. We think that that is actually where the financial inclusion job is really being done. I don't want to take too much of our time. I like to say that the social reputation score can be used for a lot of things. We can use the social reputation score for in the insurance industry. That's one of the services that we just onboarded on the platform. We should be going live very soon. We want to be able to see that the end users can now have access to micro insurance. Beyond that, there's so much that we can use the social reputation score for. We're already solving problems in the agri sector right now, and it's pretty exciting. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we've seen in the market. The user experience post-COVID is something we've had to work on. Before now, we've had to interface with individuals on a one-on-one basis where we deliver financial literacy trainings before we start to onboard users on the platform. But now we've had to develop a better approach using SMS and USSD. We've also had to develop an approach where distressed customers can be addressed in a better manner. Distressed customers do not have to be directly in contact with our end users, with our ambassadors. Distressed customers can also, reach out to us with more ease than before. Something else that's also interesting is that in delivering financial literacy and in breaking down the aspects of the business or the solution to the end user, we see that we've had to repeat sessions with these end users. So it's not just enough like before when we would just go to a community and then, train the individuals there, give them the financial literacy training and expect that they can, be onboarded with ease. We realized that every time we go to a community, sometimes we've had to repeat those sessions a couple more times for there to be a complete or at least a comprehensive understanding of what the solution of what financial inclusion is about, of the merits and demerits of all the steps that they need to take, of the merits of BVN registration. So it's been a bit challenging, knowing that some sessions have to be repeated more than once. And of course, that's some sort of cost, to the organization as a whole, but it's something we've had to deal with. It's the reality of things right now. And, we believe that over time, we'll be able to overcome this. Something else, again, I like to mention is the fact that, you believe that you are, trying to bring employment, you're bringing employment to people out there as agents, but you find out that a significant number of agents and ambassadors are actually fraudulent. So, a lot of times they try to defraud the system. And one of the things we've worked on, especially in this COVID era, is to implement better ways with which that checks and balances can be put in place and to reduce fraud as much as possible. There's so many interesting scenarios that have happened that's actually brought a smile to our faces sometimes when we see how people try to game the system. And these are people that you're actually trying to provide employment for. So it's been challenging, but I believe that it's something we're also overcoming. Lastly, we've had to put in place a system where we're reframing employee experience. Typically, you have employees going to the offices, to do their work out of offices. But now we've adopted an approach. We thought this would be implemented sometime maybe in 2021 or 2022, early 2022. But with the COVID pandemic in place, what we saw that happened immediately was that we could actually launch this system of approach with work. Now, most of our staff are remotely working from their homes, and that has helped us, ensure that their safety is in place. Social lender is really largely about social impact. We know that it's tough work. It's not very sexy work. It's work that a lot of people run away from. But we believe that the bottom of the pyramid, like someone mentioned in one of the earlier sessions, they may not necessarily have they have the numbers, but they may not necessarily do big ticket transactions. But the more transactions are being done, I believe that over time, by the time you include the numbers, on that particular platform, then it begins to make sense. It begins to make business sense. And so this is what we're aiming for, where we know that the bottom of the pyramid cannot do big ticket transactions, but when we begin to amass numbers, then it begins to make economic sense. And so on this note, I'd like to say that, end-to-end lending platform, alternative credit scoring, being in an API marketplace, we're using social lender, not just in Africa. We've also launched we've headquartered in the UK very recently. And what we're looking at now is be able to see how the social reputation score can influence people a lot more positively, can affect positively people who are new migrants, people who are students in developed countries. Don't want to take too much of your time. We've used the social lender application now in agriculture. We're exploring in mining. We're also exploring in KYC, in savings, and a lot more. So I like to use this opportunity. I don't know who's on this call or who's attending these sessions right now, but I like to use this opportunity in one way or the other. We're looking for partnerships. We also believe that EFINA, the journey with EFINA is just the very beginning. We also want to be able to do a lot more with partners across the globe. So please join us as we build a social network for trust, for credit, and for much more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bima.
Yes, so Maya, we have Salami from Bibi. He's online and he will speak. Hello, Salami. Hello, Salami, can you hear me? Salami.
I think he's trying to, Salami is trying to.
See,
It's not getting.
You can see he's online. I don't know why he's not speaking. Maya, do we have some minutes to spare or?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to see if I can reach him to find out what the issue
Go ahead.
is.
Faith, can you please?
I can see his.
Okay, don't worry. I'll stop you. I can stop. Okay, that's fine. I'll do that. Wow. So can you introduce your team? Can you tell us about Enfina? I mean, because a lot of people here don't really know Enfina because we have people all across Africa, from Tanzania, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and all across. Can you please let them know who Enfina is, and possibly if you can introduce your team here? I think that will be good because people are just hearing Enfina. I mean, I think it will be in the right perspective if you can just do that while you're trying to, or if somebody in your team can do that while you're trying to get the next speaker on.
Okay, I think he's on now. Salami is on now, but I will just. Hello, Salami. Let me confirm. Salami. Oh. Okay, he's chatting me up to say he's online. Anyways, Enfina, like I mentioned, it's an acronym for Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access. We're part of the FSD network, so we're a financial sector deepening organization that is focused on promoting financial inclusion in Nigeria, and we do that through research. We do that through the Innovation Fund. We fund ideas, we fund solutions, we fund products that have the capability of, bringing people who are unbanked or underbanked into the formal financial fold. Also, we do advocacy work and DFS, so advocacy work, trying to ensure that the environment is enabling enough and players have all the support they can get from the regulators to roll out products that speak to the low income. Let me see if Salami is online as well again. Hello, Salami.
Nora, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm online, yes. Huge apologies, yes. Been trying to get my audio to, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, so just briefly share, your fintech journey, lessons you've learned along the way, and any other information you think we should know. Thanks, over to you. Salami?
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Salami.
Thank you. I'm not sure why my audio is behaving this afternoon, but I hope. I'm trying to stay off video just to make sure that the audio doesn't become really bad. But yeah, I mean, my fintech journey has been mostly a lot of discovery process because we had focused very heavily on the initial stage.
Sorry.
Can I?
Can you share your video, please?
Let me. I think I'm gonna have a better video connection on my mobile. My connection is not very strong, and that's why I'm trying to stay off video. But if you can see my video now. Hello?
Hello? I don't have it yet, but I'm trying to see.
Yeah. Let me just stay off video.
Okay, stay off video, but if you can put your profile picture, that's going to help us somehow.
Okay, my picture is up. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, I think I'm gonna. Yes. Okay. I think it's better this way. So, I mean, I think the primary thing that I've experienced for I connected for my audio. I think that would be for my mobile. I think that would be better for the audio connection. So, over in the last 5 years, what we have seen is that a lot of what we have spent our time on is digitizing the informal market, digitizing the offline market. And this is things around savings, things around offering loans, things around enabling the informal market or the offline market to be able to do transactions. We've worked with various partners. We've worked with banks, for example, the Bank of Industry. We've worked with a lot of cooperatives, thousands of them. We've worked with small businesses, individuals and companies, and so on and so forth. And for me, I think one of the key themes or one of the key things that I've seen play out is the fact that people have very limited earning capacity beyond a certain, well, let's say majority of Nigerians have very limited earning capacity. So they are very price sensitive. And if you are not able to offer them things that relate to, say, for example, putting money in their pockets, things like credits, getting them to save, for example, becomes very difficult. So maybe what I'll ask Nora now is, what areas of our business would you like me to specifically discuss on? And maybe I could focus on those.
Okay, Salami, you can focus on the project that we funded. That's fine.
Okay, fantastic. Now, in our journey of this process, in our journey to get to as many Nigerians as possible, 1 million, 2 million Nigerians, EFINA, started the program to support fintechs. And what we realized is that we could, partner with EFINA to what we call the People's Bank, to digitize the cooperative system a little bit faster or a little bit further. And that involved both an online and an offline process. That involved going to 15 states. We were able to reach close to 1 million people in these states in 18 months. That involved onboarding. Of course, we had a very clear gender lens. 50% of the people that we reached out to and that we onboarded on the platform or that we worked with were female, including the agents that we worked with. There were over 2,000 agents that were engaged in this period. We saw, of course, a lot of transactions, but we saw also quite a lot of requests for support for the businesses. So we had farming groups, we had group of tailors, we had group of mechanics in Ibadan. I don't know if you have some time, maybe I could play a video, a short video of that we did for the documentary for the program. We had dairy farmers, we had poultry farmers. We partnered with the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Imo State. We had, of course, we focused mostly on groups as opposed to individuals. And the reason for this is that the working with groups comes with two major advantages. The first advantage is that the groups are self-organized, they're self-regulated, they're self-coordinating, and they are regulated, right? They have to be registered. Number one. Number two is that it improves the ability to offer credit and track that credit last mile. So we worked, for example, with Sterling Bank, we worked with a couple of other banks. Now we're rolling out terminals to some of those groups and some of those agents as well to be able to do their transactions very easily. We also actually went as far as deploying what we call the Ruby passport. Let me just 1 minute, let me get that. Yeah, there we go. So even for those that don't have phone numbers, right, we deployed this to them, which is the simple ledger, the same passbook that they're used to doing transactions, right? But the difference is that we added an NFC tag and a QR code. So even if you don't have a phone number, You can just use this code here as your unique identifier, and we can generate this QR code. So if the agent has a device that can read QR code, taps on the device and your transaction detail comes up, which is tied to your group as well. And if it doesn't have an NFC enabled device, you can just scan the QR code and then do the transaction. This also stores data on behalf of the group. We deploy this to, we designed this to go to thousands, tens of thousands, a couple, I think about 20 or 30,000 groups, who some of their members don't actually have phones. They can't even do USSD. I think, and of course, there was a lot of radio, TV engagements, offline, media campaigns, street storms, in all of these 15 states. But one thing I think was the major central theme for us throughout the program was that people really needed support. It's exciting to make it easier for them to do their transactions. It's exciting to make their groups better organized and better coordinated. But more importantly, people needed something to help boost their business. They needed loans to be able to buy more materials for their sewing. They needed, the hairdressers that we worked with in Ibadan, 5,000 hairdressers, they were very clear. Okay, Ribio, okay, fantastic. We don't want loans. What we want is equipment for our shops. We can't buy all of this equipment upfront. Can you buy them for us and remove them from our contributions as we proceed? And we've done that. We bought a couple of equipment, and of course, working with our partners. We're not a lender per se ourselves, but we work with quite a lot of partners to originate these loans and pull this funding to some of these groups. That was, I think, the biggest central theme, in that people are saying, hey, we want, of course, this is not end SARS campaign, as it were, even though that's going on right now. But people are really saying, hey, we will adopt whatever we need to adopt that makes it easier for us to do our business, that makes it easier for us to save for our children's school fees, pay our rent, buy stock for our business. The dairy farmers in Kano were specific as well. They said, hey, we have an off-take agreement to supply 30,000 liters of milk every week. We have only gotten to 7,000 because we don't have a cold chain. Can you buy a cold chain for us? Or can you find a partner that will buy a cold chain for us? We have a partner approach us to say, hey, we want to provide irrigation equipment and so on and so forth for any group that is producing potatoes. So we saw all of these various examples, and we, of course, worked with various partners, situated close to the groups. We have a center in Bodija Market in Ibadan. We have regional offices or regional contact centers in all 6 regions, and of course, an office in Lagos, 2 offices in Lagos, actually. So, this has been our journey. And our hope really is that there will be more. Right now, hopefully, CBN, we made a few recommendations to CBN. They invited us to their financial inclusion secretariat thematic group, some of their thematic group conversations. And our recommendation is, let's not wait for people to come to us in the system that we're used to. Let's go to them in the system they're already used to. People are used to doing contributions in their groups, contributions in their farms, in their markets, at their homes, in their communities and villages. Let's digitize that. Let's formalize that and use this to bring them into the ecosystem. The moment you create a Libya account, you get a wallet, which is backed by our banks, and more wallet partners. You get USSD that you can use to transact with immediately. Of course, you're attached to a group usually. You can get transaction alerts immediately. So with all of these things already available, why not just plug everybody in? You can create a community and call the head of that community a financial inclusion promoter. And that person can then be the focal point to connect to everybody in that community to do all the other transactions. So this is our hope. This has been our journey. And that journey is a journey to, call it a journey to 1.5 million Nigerians, which is our first step in the process of enhancing financial inclusion. I'll close with this, Nora. I don't know if there are other questions. And this point is, we do not think that financial inclusion is opening a bank account. that we have seen as one of the big mistakes that is being interpreted right now. Financial inclusion is not opening a bank account or opening a mobile wallet or placing an agent. Financial inclusion is including somebody financially in the system. If that person doesn't have the right tools, the right, credit scoring, credit data, credit history, transactional history, the ability to get support for their business to grow their income, they are not included financially. Those accounts will be empty and dormant, and nothing is going to happen because it doesn't fuse into the way they are working and it doesn't support them in any way. So we think that there should be a complete redefinition of what it means for people to be financially included, and it should not be unbanked. It's not a question of being banked. It's a question of being financially capable to participate in the system. All right.
All right, thanks, Salome. Well done, and thanks, Faith, as well. I think because of time, I'll just hand over to Maiwa. But I would like to add that for more information on FINA, on our studies, we have a flagship study which is called
Nora, your line is breaking.
Financial Services in Nigeria survey, where we measured the website. Oh, hello?
Hello, your bandwidth is actually low. So,
yeah. Nora, your line is breaking. Well, I mean, I can help you there while you try to.
I'll wrap up now. Maya, over to you. Just visit our website. I don't know if you can hear me. Just visit our website. Let me stop my video. Visit our website for more information, www.fina.org.ng. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jetimobi.
Yes, sir.
Can I add? This is not me trying to blow the trumpet of the FINA because they supported us. This is fact. If you go to my KPMG presentation in December or November of 2017, a lot of the data we've been using since 2014 have been coming from FINA. So our hope, and we keep pressuring them, is that they will take this data a little bit more niche. For example, go deep. How are people? And they already started doing that with, for example, agent networks. But we need to go a little bit away from that and go into things. Embedded banking or embedded data capture. How are people using shops to meet their financial needs? Credit, someone goes to my mobility shop to buy something on credit. It's a huge form of credit in Nigeria. How do we go into those microcosms of transactional behavior? Either you're doing it P2P, friends and family, or you're doing with a small business, or you're doing it in your cooperative. I really think that if we begin to look at all of those smaller niches and behaviors of financial behavior, we capture a lot more, and we can also extrapolate and begin to do research around that data. So Nora, this is me hoping that I will be going into those extrapolations as we begin to publish more data. Thank you. And thank you very much for the support.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Faith. Thank you, Salami. The floor is open for questions. Any question from all the participants in the house? I know we've been waiting. We've been here since morning. Thank you for joining us. Any question for FINA team? Hello, is there any question coming from the floor? Okay, nobody wants to ask questions. I think the message is clear. Thank you for providing us the videos. We've actually played your videos all through the session today, and especially when we had the time for presentations. Thank you for being part of this event. We hope you had joined us earlier. Maybe it would have added a little bit much more input and possibly exposure to what you do to all other participants across the shores of Africa. But thank you for coming. I was going to ask Nora to introduce the team, but I don't know if we still have time for that. or you're still available for that?
I don't know if you guys
or if someone else can do it. I think your bandwidth is really low.
Yes, I'm struggling with my internet.
Yeah, your bandwidth is actually very low. Is someone gonna do it for you? We just don't want you to leave here without introducing your team to us.
Okay, let me. My head of innovation, I think she just left. Let me just quickly. So we have a head of programs, Ashley Manuel. She joined the call as well, but has stepped out. We have the head of innovation, and that is Dayo Adimola. We have Chidozie. We have the head of DFS, who is Jacqueline Juma. Yeah, basically those. Do you want to introduce everybody in the team? I think that's it. Those are the important people I think we need.
Okay, thank you. It's nice having you. Hopefully, the next Ghana Fintech Summit coming up next year, we hope you'll be part of it, and we hope you'll be part of our upcoming programs also. Let us look for ways in which we can collaborate and develop the ecosystem. Thank you for joining us today. It's nice.
Right, thank you. Thank you for having us. Well done. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Is everybody still in the house? I just want to make sure that we've not lost anybody.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you, Luke. Frederick is here.
Thank you. I thought I was the only one in the house at the point in time.
No, we are with you.
Patrick is here. All of us are connected.
Okay. Thank you, Faith. It's nice having you. I think we need to talk behind the scene. I think a lot of people are interested in what you're doing. Hopefully, you get to hear from people.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. You have a good, beautiful day. Thank you, Salami, for joining. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Salami. We'll look for further areas of collaboration with you and your organization.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Aziz. Greetings. Good to see you.
Yeah, boss.
Thank you very much, everybody. We're still on to Ghana Nigeria Fintech Summit 2020. It's been an exciting time for everybody. For me, especially, I can't say too much about any other person, but for me, it's been an exciting time. It's been a lot of thought-provoking series. It's been stimulating, and it's been just wonderful listening to various people across the continent, not just on the shores of Africa, discussing on the ways in which we can take financial technology, fintech forward within the enclave of Africa, especially focusing on Ghana, Nigeria as a country. And thank you for all you have done today. It's been nice having you. I don't think we have anything we've not covered. We're actually meant to have a fintech festival, and we've actually played most of the videos, but we'll still play some videos. Salami, you said you have a video for us. Can you play for us if you don't mind? Or if you can send it to me by email, I can play it from my end.
Absolutely. I'll play it in 30 seconds. It's just a YouTube video. Or I can push the link to you and you can play it.
Yeah, I mean, whichever. If you can send it to conference@financialinclusionafrica.org, that would be great.
How many minutes do you have? Okay. 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 5 minutes?
Sorry?
I said, how many minutes do you have? 2 minutes or 5 minutes?
Give us 5 minutes. Either one you give us. If it's good for us. minute. I think I can.
In the 5 minutes for you.
It's 3 o'clock.
Just a minute coming up.
While we're waiting on you, I think I have a video to play.
Hello, Backseat Heroes. Are you thinking of a business to start or invest in? Then think of becoming a Backseat agent. I will brief you who we are and our Backseat product. Capricorn Digital Limited is an innovative digital company based in Nigeria. We offer innovative ways of distributing services like airtime, DSTV or GoTV subscription, money transfer, withdrawal, lots more through our platform. I will highlight the benefit of using our Backseat device and the mobile app. Device and app is operational anywhere in Nigeria. Consequently, CDL agents can sell across all states in Nigeria. You earn instant commission on products sold on Backseat. You can sell over 30 products which can be paid for via cash or ATM card. Real-time customer service and maintenance support. Real-time sales reconciliation and generation of accounting reports. What this means is that for every transaction made, you can get the history. Our agents are provided with branding items to create visibility and awareness in your store. Durable payment platform that accommodates both cash and cashless payments. Service receipt is produced each time a transaction is completed, and many other benefits. Hello Backseat Heroes. Are you thinking of a business to start or invest in? Then think of becoming a Backseat agent. I will brief you who we are and our Backseat product. Capricorn Digital Limited is an innovative digital company based in Nigeria. We offer innovative ways of distributing services like airtime, DSTV or GoTV subscription, money transfer, withdrawal, and lots more through our platform. I will highlight the benefit of using our Backseat device and the mobile app. Device and app is operational in Nigeria. Consequently, CDL agents can sell across all states in Nigeria. You earn instant commission on products sold on Backseat. You can sell over 30 products via cash or ATM card. Real-time customer service and maintenance support. Real-time sales reconciliation and generation of accounting reports. What this means is that for every transaction made, you can get it. Our agents are provided with branding items to boost visibility and awareness.
Mr. Salami still there?
Durable payment platforms that accommodate both cash and cashless payments. Service receipts is produced each time a transaction is completed.
Yeah, I'm here. I was enjoying your video.
Hello, Backseat.
Okay, I'm going to stop my video for you. Okay, that's one of the final beneficiaries. So over to you, Mr. Salami.
Absolutely. Apparently, the file is actually pretty large, and I didn't know that it wasn't. You can I'll let you know once mine.
Can you send it to me by email?
It's 300 MB.
Oh no, it won't work.
Yeah, but hold on, I think I have an efficient, a little bit more.
Sorry, everybody. I just want us to get to make good use of this opportunity because that might help someone here today. At least it's gonna help me before I set up my own fintech company. Okay, I think we'll be gradually rounding up the Ghana Nigeria FinTech Summit. The take-home point for us has been the need for us to collaborate, to cooperate, and see ourselves as one in what we do, learn from one another, and see how we can develop the ecosystem for the benefit of our people. Thank you everyone for staying with us since yesterday and today. It's been a great time with everybody. Thank you all. We look forward to having you on most of our programs in Financial Inclusion Africa. As the year goes to our end, we have a lot of programs we've scheduled for next year. Definitely you'll be getting emails from us. We will appreciate your positive response and feedback. At the end of this summit, we're going to send a survey out. I would like you to fill it up so that we can do better for the next Ghana FinTech Summit. Maybe if COVID is over and we can meet, maybe we'll be having a physical one and we can see each other face to face and be happy to continue the network. And we believe by the grace of the Almighty, we're going to have a bigger forum next year. And a greater input also will be given next year to what we have done. Thank you for accepting all the faults, all the technical glitches here and there. It's still a learning curve for us. We're trying as much as possible to develop, knowing fully well that technology sometimes can disappoint. Thank you very much, everyone. It's nice having you. We're waiting on Mr. Salami. If you're ready, we would like to have your video. Please, for all the presenters, please, we will appreciate if you can send your presentation back to us at conference@financialinclusionafrica.org. If you've not done that, we'll actually appreciate that from you.
I'm unable to share my screen for the audio.
You're unable?
I'm unable to share my screen for the video you want me to play. I'm playing for my device, but no way for me to share it with you.
No, I think it's your device because you have the capacity to share. But nonetheless, let's look for ways in which we can take it. At this point in time, I'd like to appreciate everybody that has contributed to what we had for the last 2 days. I'll start from Dr. Weban of Deban of Financial Inclusion African Forum. Your support is highly appreciated. To Ophelia Oni, Roderick Ayu, Frederick Asumanu, Kojo, all our presenters, Olusegun George, Moses Omitilo, MM Munanga. I hope I got that name very right. It's been wonderful having everybody. To Esusu Africa, thank you for being part of this journey. And to Financial Inclusion Television International, thank you for allowing us to stream what we are doing on your platform. We really appreciate everybody that's contributed immensely to the success of what we have today, Ghana Nigeria FinTech Summit 2020. And I want everybody to know that Ghana Nigeria FinTech Summit has come to stay. We look forward to you next year. We look forward to having this gathering on a larger scale next year. Thank you very much, everyone. On this special note, we'll call this summit to an end and looking forward to seeing you next year, God's willing. Thank you very much, everyone. If you're still here, if you would like to share your WhatsApp with me, you can drop it in the chat box. That would be great, so that we can connect even after this event. Thank you, Dr. Deban, for your good words.
Just in case you want to play later. Yeah, get access. We can use it. We haven't gone public on the video yet, so that's why I was. Please feel free to send me a message.
Okay, I'll surely do that. Can you drop your number in the chat room?
I message you privately. I'm not sure you're seeing it.
Oh, in the chat room, in the chat box?
Yes.
No, I didn't
want to interrupt you while you're speaking.
No.
I did some more. Be listen to other. You have two accounts here, if I'm correct.
Yes, I mean the two are active, but the two I'm viewing right now. For people from South Africa, thank you for joining. You can send to the one that the speaker is on. I think that's, you know, the one I'll surely get it. Send to the one that is host, not the co-host.
I've sent to both.
Both privately here.
Correct.
Wow. I think something is trying to block us from connecting. What could that be? Okay, let me send a private message to you and see if that's gonna work. Okay, did you get my message?
I did.
Okay, can you respond from that?
I just responded.
You sure you don't have a firewall on your network? Because it didn't come in. Okay, can you send a message to everyone? Let's see.
All right, let's see.
Arami dear worship, thank you. I'll surely keep your number. We'll get in touch with you. Okay, I got your message. Just coming in now.
Indeed, I think there was a firewall. I was sending from my PC connection, but you didn't get it. So I sent from my mobile and you.
Okay, which one do you want me to play? It's 3 actually.
Yeah, the 5 minutes. I think it goes. I mean, it depends. You can play the 2 minutes or the 5 minutes. They're all the same edition. Just have them in different. We'll be releasing it soon, so the first public view. That's from Martina and us.
Let's do that. Okay, let me share from my end. Okay, thank you for giving us the opportunity to use it first.
No, it is different. They're excluded from our growing financial sector and have little or no access to formal financial services. At RIBI, we understand that financial inclusion is necessary for development. That's why we launched the RIBI 1.5 campaign to spread inclusion to 1.5 million underserved Nigerians across 15 states, connecting small business owners, cooperatives, and associations from several unbanked and underserved communities. Providing them with access to finance and introducing them to RIBI Co-Banking, our custom financial management tool, and the RIBI Agent Network, our underground network of trained agents skilled at offering value and support, all in a bid to provide everybody with a chance at financial success.
RIBI tí mo gbà ó support business mi, ó mú kí nǹkan tún gbé sókè díẹ̀ sí. Loan yẹn ó easy fún mi láti gbà through agent, so wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, a dẹ̀ wò pé ṣó wà okay àbí ẹ̀ wà okay, a dẹ̀ rí pé ó wà okay.
The first stage tí mo kọ́kọ́ gbà mo san wọ́n fún wa ní 3 months mo san before 3 months. The second stage náà wọ́n fún wa ní 3 months mo san before 3 months. The third stage wọ́n fún wa ní 3 months mo san before 3 months. I'm fourth stage now mo dẹ̀ yín san first stage mi lọ́wọ́. It's very easy to pay back.
Kwarai da gaske yana taimako na. Don in na sayi kaya da kuɗin ina samun alheri a ciki. Lallai na yi ga canjin ɗin sosai. In na sayi kuɗin da kuka bani in na sayi kaya ina ga alherin sosai a ciki. Ba damuwa.
Thank you, RIBI.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie. Thanks for having us.
Yes.
Signing up now.
Thank you for those who still stayed behind. I think we can call it a quit. If you want to unmute yourself and let us talk, let us socialize, let us get to know one another better or more, that would be great. Phoebe from South Africa, can we get to know you? Francis Osan Omina, where are you from? The event is over. Thank you for Dr. Deban for staying till the end. Thank you, everybody. See you next year.